Chapter 305, Type 3 Nether Beast. Chapter 305, Type 3 Nether Beast. It bore fruit. Yu Zhong's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed Xiao Ming to the mechanized infantry brigade. Currently, there were sentries everywhere within the mechanized infantry brigade. All the soldiers were equipped with modern weaponry, and every 2 soldiers had a rocket launcher and grenade launcher. Furthermore, there were 2 IFVs and 2 red arrows hidden within the darkness. Following Xiao Ming's lead, Yu Zhong came to the trunk of the enormous snake-birth fruit tree. Right in front of the tree, there was the beautiful Chen Yao, who was decked in military uniform. Chen Yao had become a female officer with the rank of lieutenant after joining Yu Zhong's troop. Her combat abilities could not match Ji Qingwu, hence she did not join the Special Combat Forces. Instead, she chose to take a position within the military. She had the Manipulate Flora ability, and she had come to the Mechanized Infantry Brigade in search of powerful mutant plant seed. Chen Yao looked at Yu Zhong, who was approaching closer, and her eyes flashed with a complicated gleam. This average-looking student, who had not raised many eyebrows when he was at school, had actually grown to a leader who was supporting over 100,000 survivors, had defeated countless zombies and beasts, and actually subdued a few cities. As for her, who was the object of adoration from countless males, she had actually become his subordinate. Some things in the world are just too strange. Considering you're in a zombie apocalypse, I'm surprised that this is what makes you think the world is too strange. Yu Zhong glanced at Chen Yao as he gave a slight nod, before lifting his head up towards the snake-birth fruit tree. Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu knew about the tree and were the rare few who could approach it. Their relationship was extremely close. Chen Yao also knew of the secrets of this tree. As she was one of the first few followers of Yu Zhong, she was also someone Yu Zhong trusted. Chen Yao glanced at Yu Zhong, and a glint again appeared in her eyes, as she walked to his side without saying anything. Although she liked Yu Zhong, her pride and dignity would not allow her to make the first move. Since Yu Zhong had not chased her of his own accord, she would not lower herself to beg for his love. However, she could not help but want to get closer to him. Witnessing this, Xiao Ming left discreetly, not wanting to become a light bulb in between them. Am I the only one who'd like every female not to want to get closer? Since finding out that the fruits of the snake-birth fruit tree could cause people to evolve, Yu Zhong did not order anyone to pluck the fruit. Instead, he assigned a huge number of troops to bring the corpses of the zombies to become fertilizer for the tree. The tree could really absorb, regardless of how many bodies were thrown onto its roots, it would quickly absorb the nutrients, leaving only the bones on the ground. The bones themselves were also stripped of all essence, becoming very brittle. Just a light touch could cause them to crumble and disappear. After a few 100,000 zombie corpses, the snake-birth fruit tree finally bore fruit again. Atop its wide and beautiful canopy, there were countless huge pink flowers, and within them, countless green-color fruits. Yu Zhong swiftly climbed atop the canopy to conduct a quick search, discovering only 13 pink fruits and 63 green fruit. Good! With this 13 pink fruits, I can gain another 13 evolvers. Yu Zhong eyed the 13 pink fruits, and his eyes flashed as he reached out his hands for the fruits. Yu Zhong! Look out! Right as Yu Zhong was about to grab the fruits, Chen Yao, who was standing below, looked up and her expression changed, shouting shrilly. At the same time, she threw a strange seed down, and a vine instantly sprouted upwards, bringing her towards the canopy. Hearing Chen Yao's shrill warning, Yu Zhong's heart tightened as he lifted his head. He saw a monster with weird engravings and magic circles all over its blue body, a single horn on its forehead. Its body was long like a snake with no wings, but it was floating in the sky, and it was charging right at him. Level 75 Mutant Beast, Type 3 Nether Beast. Yu Zhong saw the Type 3 classification, and his expression changed to that of horror, before he immediately activated his bone-encompassing armor and shadow step. At the same time, he waved his hand, pulling out the PF-98. It was the single most powerful weapon Yu Zhong carried with him at all times, and facing this fearsome Type 3 mutant beast, he could only wager it all and hope for the best. Yu Zhong had just activated his skills, when the Type 3 nether beast's horn started glowing and it opened its mouth, as an array of mysterious circles were spat out, shooting towards Yu Zhong. At that instant, the strange array enveloped Yu Zhong and Chen Yao, who had just arrived in front of him. In a huge flash, Yu Zhong and Chen Yao disappeared. The nether beast then proceeded to fly atop the canopy, opening its huge mouth, and swallowed every single green fruit. After absorbing the 63 green fruits one by one, it flew unhurriedly towards the distance. The huge snake birth fruit tree had been surrounded by cameras, and the scene of Yu Zhong and Chen Yao disappearing after the nether beast swallowed them had been captured on the screens. The entire mechanized infantry brigade was activated and the soldiers piloted 4 anti-aircraft guns out and started firing wildly into the skies at the nether beast. However, the speed of the nether beast was too fast, and in a few moments, it had traveled far into the horizon. Soon the news of Yu Zhong's disappearance had traveled to the upper echelons of Yu Zhong's party, and their hearts were shaken. Qi Yang swiftly recalled all the high-ranking officials of both the government and military, and conducted a serious meeting. Yu Zhong has gone missing. The moment they arrived, Qi Yang spoke with a grim face. Hearing that news, everyone's expression was that of shock, all of their hearts shaken. If Yu Zhong was around, no one dared to start anything funny, but with his disappearance, it would be hard to control this bunch of mavericks. De Guzi was the first one to speak out. "Commander, you will be fine. He's so strong, his disappearance this time would not be an issue as well. If anyone dares to betray Commander Yu, I, De Guzi, will be the first to deal with him." As one of the first few loyal supporters of Yu Zhong, De Guzi's achievements had all been a result of Yu Zhong's efforts. He was fiercely loyal and believed in him. He did not want the strongholds Yu Zhong established to be snatched away like that. Kong Tianyu also piped in with a grim face, looking all around and said fiercely, "Who dares to betray Commander Yu? I will be the first to kill him." Wu Guang also spoke out coldly. "Our first division will only listen to Commander Yu. If anyone dares to betray Commander Yu, our first division will definitely not let the person go." "Don't worry, no one has that intention." Qi Yang frowned as he spoke out softly. "I have gathered you all to inform you, at the same time, hope you guys can maintain your calm. I believe Yu Zhong will be fine, and he will be back just like previously. We just need to get on with our matters as always and wait for his return." Hearing Qi Yang's words, everyone present relaxed. As long as there was no rebellion, everything was fine. It was not like it was the first time Yu Zhong had disappeared, and they believed that Yu Zhong would create miracles and come back again. Qi Yang spoke out extremely calmly. "Before Yu Zhong left, he did discuss with me about the next target, which would be Leijiang City. Our next target shall be to conquer Leijiang City. Before we set off to do that, we need to make sure that the surrounding villages around Longhai City are cleared of zombies." Under Qi Yang's calm and reassuring demeanor, the entire room was affected, and soon the shock and anxiety from Yu Zhong's disappearance wore off, as they listened to Qi Yang giving out orders. After the meeting, the generals who held power quickly left, and brought their troops to clear out the zombies surrounding Longhai City. Inside the office, a beauty dressed in an OL uniform, office lady, walked towards Qi Yang. She was Wang Qian, and she spoke out with undisguised ambition. "Qi Yang, Yu Zhong has gone missing, it's your chance now. As long as you act, the entire establishment will be yours. You will become the leader of these 100,000 survivors. You can act independently and there will be no more need to hide in Yu Zhong's shadow. Last time, I swear. I've always been waiting for someone to try to usurp his power." Wang Qian had always felt disgruntled with Qi Yang being Yu Zhong's second-in-command. To her, based on Qi Yang's abilities, he could become a capable tyrant. However, because of his relationship with Yu Zhong, he would forever be number 2, and she was extremely unhappy about it. Qi Yang, who was shuffling and tidying his documents, looked up and stared at Wang Qian with a cold gaze. When she was looked upon like that by Qi Yang, Wang Qian was shocked as she spoke loudly. "Qi Yang? I'm thinking for you. Think about it, Yu Zhong has always been disappearing. It has always been you who held the fort. You have done so much for the establishment. What's wrong with wanting it for yourself? It's not like he single-handedly carved out the establishment." Qi Yang looked at Wang Qian, his eyes filled with disappointment as he pointed to the door. "Get out! From now on, we're no longer friends. You're dismissed of any official positions. I don't want to see you anymore." Wang Qian was shocked and immediately kneeled by his leg as she pleaded. "Qi Yang, what are you doing? I'm doing this with the best intentions. I love you deeply. Please don't chase me away." Qi Yang glared at this woman who forgot her benefactor so easily, and ignored her, shouting, "Men, drag her out of here." 2 soldiers walked in and grabbed Wang Qian, pulling her out. "I love you, Qi Yang. Don't throw me away. I was wrong." Wang Qian pleaded miserably as she cried out. "I don't love you." Qi Yang coldly glanced at Wang Qian, before he continued clearing the documents. He had no interest in Wang Qian's suggestion. Asking him to betray his best friend and comrade, he would rather die. Wang Qian had thought too little of Qi Yang's character. Chapter 306 Remote Jungle. Chapter 306 Remote Jungle. Book 3 The South. With a large flash, Yu Zhong and Qing Yao landed in a forest. The array that the nether beast had spat out was called Spatial Transportation Array. Its innate ability was the free control over space and its laws. Yu Zhong and Qing Yao had been absorbed into the array, and transferred to this random foreign place without the slightest ability to resist. When Qing Yao landed, she fell into Yu Zhong's embrace. Fortunately, Yu Zhong was sturdy and did not suffer any injuries. As Yu Zhong hugged Qing Yao, his heart could not help but skip a beat as he felt that warm and fragrant body. Qing Yao was after all one of the school flowers. She and Ji Qingwu were the pair of scholar and athlete that held the pride of Yu Zhong's school. There were countless guys who had been wooing her, and Yu Zhong was just an ordinary university student who was struggling to study while working part-time, and both of them never had the chance to interact. Qing Yao had slammed into Yu Zhong's embrace. Feeling the warmth of his protection, she was reluctant to get up. However, her prideful nature pushed her to get up from his arms, as her face reddened before saying, "Sorry, it must have hurt." Yu Zhong felt a little regret as he lightly smiled. "It's okay." Qing Yao observed her surroundings, only to see a seemingly infinite amount of trees, as she asked a little fearfully, "Where do you think we are?" Yu Zhong laughed bitterly. "No idea. However, we're unlikely to be in Longhai City." Yu Zhong observed the surroundings, looking at the dense foliage and large patches of mutant plants, as he frowned and continued. Qing Yao looked at Yu Zhong helplessly. "What do we do?" Although Qing Yao had also become a level 13 enhancer with the help of Ji Qingwu, her natural combat abilities were not exceptional, and she was never interested in going down the route of a combatant. Now that they had met with danger, she automatically looked to Yu Zhong for guidance. Yu Zhong pulled out a compass from his storage ring, studying it for a while. "Let's walk to the south." Qing Yao followed behind him as he started walking towards the south. White Bones had already separated from Yu Zhong's body, wielding its iconic large axe, walking beside Qing Yao quietly. After gaining basic intelligence, it could already make the judgment of who to protect. Being able to deduct the strength of those around you and knowing whom to protect even though you've sworn fealty to a master. I dare not call that basic intelligence. Inside that vast forest, the ground was muddy. Not long after, both of their military boots were covered in mud. Chen Yao's path of enhancement had largely been on spirit. After walking in that forest for just 2 hours, her face was flushed and her breath ragged. Wear this. Yu Zhong observed Chen Yao, before pulling out a level 3 defense vest throwing it at her. Thank you. Chen Yao received it and immediately knew the effects of this level 3 defense vest. A sweet feeling arose in her heart as she thanked Yu Zhong. The drop rate of defense vests were always low, and Yu Zhong only had this level 3 defense vest in his entire stronghold. As for his level 4 defense vest, he only had one as well. After Chen Yao put on the level 3 defense vest, her body felt lighter instantly, and she could match Yu Zhong's pace. Both of them continued for another half an hour, when they suddenly heard some rustling sounds. Huge spiders the size of human faces started swarming and crawling towards Yu Zhong, Chen Yao and White Bones in a frenzy. Level 16 Mutant Beast. Mutant Venomous Spiders. They possess sharp fangs with paralyzing properties, and as long as they are gathered in a group, they are the most feared killers within the forest. The mutant venomous spiders crawled out from various corners of the forest, packed together densely. It was likely they numbered above 500. Most girls were usually scared of creepy crawlies such as these. Chen Yao was no different. The moment she caught sight of those spiders the size of a dinner plate with their vicious expressions, her face turned pale, and her hands so clammy that she even forgot to activate her flora manipulation ability. Yu Zhong, on the other hand, had already taken out a 05 submachine gun and started firing wildly at those spiders. White Bones also started waving its huge axe about, as each flash of the axe meant the death of a disgusting spider. With Yu Zhong's firing and White Bones' limitless hacking, the mutant venomous spiders were decimated, as their disgusting slime were splattered all over the forest ground, which made Chen Yao even paler, to the point of nausea. As those mutant venomous spiders had weak defenses, but quick speeds, even with Yu Zhong's constant firing, a few actually managed to reach his side. Yu Zhong swiftly kept the 05 submachine gun back inside his ring, and brought out his dark tooth blade, before swinging it casually and splitting the few mutant venomous spiders into two. After the deaths of more than 200 mutant venomous spiders, the rest of the spiders finally noticed that this group of 3 weren't a pushover, as they retreated swiftly. The corpses of those 200 level 16 mutant venomous spiders only gave Yu Zhong 3 white treasure boxes and 600 survivors credit. With the passing of time, even the drops of the mutant beasts were diminishing in amount and power. Yu Zhong opened up the 3 white treasure boxes. With a flash, out of the 3, he only managed to take out a white wood-cutting knife. Level 1 treasure, wood-cutting knife. This treasure can allow you to hack dead wood and weeds, carving a path for yourself within forests. To Yu Zhong, this level 1 treasure was not particularly useful, therefore he kept it in his storage ring. He turned back, and discovered that Chen Yao was crouching and vomiting. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Yao and frowned. "Chen Yao? You can't go on like this. We are currently in a dangerous position, even though we're within a forest. You have to be able to protect yourself, otherwise what will happen if I can't get to you during a critical moment?" If it was within Yu Zhong's establishments, he would not mind her princess behavior. Even when it was expanding and growing, Chen Yao had remained safe and secure within it. However, they were far away from the safety of their base, and the world was one where the strong preyed on the weak. Her current constitution would only invite countless trouble. Chen Yao gritted her teeth and said resolutely, "I know, Yu Zhong. I will do my best not to drag you down." After which, the trees started moving, as a huge group of mutant monkeys were coming closer. The moment they saw Yu Zhong and Chen Yao, they let out excited shrieks and charged faster. "Take care of them," Yu Zhong ordered Chen Yao. Chen Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor, as she threw 5 mutant vine seeds on the ground, activating her plant manipulation ability. Instantly, the 5 seeds grew into small vines, and they shot out towards the mutant monkeys in a rush, strangling them to death. Chen Yao possessed the level 3 skill, plant manipulation, which was a powerful skill as well. It was just that she disliked fighting, and even though she had a strong ability, she was only level 13. As for Yu Zhong's special combat forces, there were many over level 30 enhancers, and not a single one had a level 3 ability, and had actually relied on the various level 1 or 2 abilities to rise in level and fight. On one hand, it was that these level 3 skills did not just appear freely, on the other hand, most of the strong skills had already been possessed by someone like Yu Zhong, who learnt a few. That was why many of the enhancers did not have them. As these mutant monkeys were strangled to death one by one, the rest of the group still numbered over 300, and a huge number of them charged towards Yu Zhong's party. White Bones waved its huge axe, and became like a tornado that charged into the midst of the monkeys, attacking and creating a whirlwind and rain of blood. This way, countless mutant monkeys lost their limbs and lives. Yu Zhong just stood in front of Chen Yao, protecting her, as he watched her control her vines to kill the monkeys. Those who managed to get past White Bones and were rushing towards Chen Yao would be immediately picked off by Yu Zhong. Under Yu Zhong's protection, Chen Yao focused her attention on using those 5 vines to continue strangling the mutant monkeys, as she gained huge orbs of experience and leveled up. As Chen Yao was hunting the mutant monkeys, those mutant monkeys suddenly abandoned all thoughts of attacking Yu Zhong's party, as they swiftly retreated into the distance. Hurry, escape! Yu Zhong's danger perception had also notified him, giving him an unprecedented sense of crisis, as he shouted at Chen Yao, and he rushed forward. Chen Yao turned around, only to see countless enormous snakes with huge mouths that could easily suck her into their stomachs, covered by large green scales, slithering over towards them. Level 42 Mutant Beast. Mutant Forest Venomous Snake. It possesses sharp venomous fangs and huge strength. They hunt in groups. Wait for me. Chen Yao looked at those mutant forest venomous snakes slithering over. Her face fell, and she shouted out desperately. Based on her current abilities, she had no way of winning against these level 42 creatures. One of the mutant snakes saw Chen Yao, and it opened its jaws, shooting toward her with incredible speed and accompanying wind pressure. Chen Yao knew that she could not escape the mutant snakes with her speed, and hence she commanded the 5 vines to attack the mutant snake attacking her. If Chen Yao was a level 30 enhancer that had enhanced her plant manipulation skill thrice, her vines could maybe wrap and cause damage to the mutant snake. However, her strength was insufficient to even impede the movements of the snake. The mutant forest venomous snake twisted with strength, and the 5 vines were instantly broken apart, as it charged towards Chen Yao with its mouth open. Chen Yao looked at the mutant forest venomous snake, her eyes full of despair. Chapter 307. Type 2 Mutant Forest Venomous Snake. Chapter 0307. Type 2 Mutant Forest Venomous Snake. Book 3, The South. Just as Chen Yao was about to be swallowed whole by the mutant forest venomous snake, there was a flash. The huge devil flame sword swung down, directly beheading the mutant forest venomous snake and causing lukewarm blood to fountain out, splattering onto Chen Yao. You're still not running. Yu Zhong held the devil flame sword as he pulled Chen Yao and bellowed. 1 or 2 of these mutant forest venomous snakes would not be much of an issue to Yu Zhong, but if the entire group was to charge over, it would be tough. Furthermore, Yu Zhong had detected something with his danger sense. He was almost certain there were multiple Type 2 mutant forest venomous snakes on their way here. Having to deal with this many mutant snakes, Yu Zhong would have to give it his all. With Yu Zhong's voice shocking Chen Yao awake, she gritted her teeth and followed Yu Zhong as she ran. White Bones, protect her! Yuzhong eyed Chunyao before ordering White Bones. With her current running speed, it was impossible for Chunyao to outrun those mutant snakes. Yuzhong could only give it his all to battle with them. Seeing their own comrades being killed by Yuzhong, those mutant snakes opened their jaws to attack him. Yuzhong activated his shadow steps at the first opportunity, and moved so fast in and out of the huge group of snakes. He seemed to teleport. The serpents were seemingly dancing in a demonic way, weaving in and out of each other as they lunged and snapped with their cruel poison fangs. He blocked a venom ball spit at him as he slashed and attacked repeatedly with his devil flame sword, causing the striking snakes to be decapitated after each swing. After killing 6 or 7 of the mutant forest snakes, the fishy-smelling blood congealed on the ground in small puddles, and Yuzhong had finally arrived in front of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. Level 60 mutant beast. Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. It resides in the deep parts of the forest, and can easily crush and swallow an elephant whole. It also possesses a consumption skill and a venom with nearly an unrivaled corrosive nature. 2 huge snakes the size of a house were coiled together like some demented lesser orochi or some such beast. Yuzhong looked up and saw that their bodies had scales as big as faces, and they expertly blended in with their surroundings while emitting a terrifying aura. The 2 Type 2 mutant forest venomous snakes eyed Yuzhong with their intelligent serpentine glare, as though they were looking at a weak and easily swallowable prey. One of them opened its jaws wide, and started to inhale with all its strength, as a monstrous consuming vortex pulled on Yuzhong, threatening to yank him into its gaping maw. Within that huge suction force, countless stone fragments, twigs and leaves were all gulped into the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake's mouth, disappearing into the inky blackness. Yuzhong pulled out his black-toothed blade and struck it down furiously into the ground to stop himself from being drugged by the consumption ability. As he secured his footing, he turned around, pointing his finger at the Type 2 mutant snake, and conjured a devil fireball which flew along with everything else in the air before exploding in its mouth. While the small fireball could not take the life of such an enormous beast, exploding in its mouth would surely cause it terrible and unimaginable pain. The Type 2 mutant snake let out a blood-curdling screech which turned into an anguished howl as it closed its huge mouth. Yuzhong did not dare to be careless, and immediately pulled out his PF-98, firing a round after aiming it at that Type 2 mutant snake. The missile shot forward with a flash, as it exploded on the body of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, resulting in a predictably large and bloody hole. Other than Turtle, who had the ice manipulation ability, which placed it amongst the top Type 2 mutant beasts, Yuzhong had not come across any other Type 2 mutant beasts that could withstand a round from the PF-98. However, this Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake was apparently pretty fearsome. After suffering that attack from the PF-98, even though it had a huge hole in its body now, and even though it bleeds steadily, it still did not die. As it struggled in immense pain, it crashed and flopped, causing the trees around it to fall due to its massive body. The other Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake opened its huge mouth, and a thick cloud of jade-green poisonous gas shot towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong's expression changed, and he activated his devil flame. He enclosed himself within the ball of flame as he tried to navigate his way out of the oversized cloud of poison gas. The coverage area of the poison gas skill was too huge, however. Even though Yuzhong pushed his speed to the extreme, he had no way of breaking out of that gas in a short moment. When the gas touched the trees and branches, they withered instantly. Even the stones that got in range cracked and crumbled into dust. Any living creature that got caught within the enveloping gas was quickly turned into a puddle. It could be easily seen how terrifying the poison was. When the jade-green poison gas came into contact with Yuzhong's devil flame that surrounded him, the devil flame blazed brightly and became the perfect counter. The gas would swoop in and instantly burn up with a swishing sound. At the same time, it turned into poisonous smoke that floated to the skies. When Yu Zhong saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As he continued to run, he waved his hands and another of his pre-loaded PF-98 appeared. He aimed it at the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake and fired, and with a roar of flame, the rocket shot out explosively, spiraling towards its target. Only this time, the rocket had not even left the PF-98 for a terribly long distance, before it was corroded by the poison gas, and immediately melted into a useless glob. The melted rocket soup simply splattered on the Type 2 mutant snake's body. Powerful! Yu Zhong exclaimed and sucked in a breath of humid air, as he witnessed the effects of the poison gas on his missile. If it wasn't for the protection of his devil flame, he would surely have long since been melted down. The uninjured Type 2 mutant snake's eyes glinted with wrath, as it continually spewed out large volumes of the poison gas towards Yu Zhong. A huge part of the gas also shrouded the Type 2 mutant snake itself. Enveloping it, however, its scales and body excreted a strange mucus, which protected itself from its own poison. Yu Zhong's devil flame was continually burning with crackles and hisses. Sadly, even though it was the perfect counter to the poison gas, with every second that it was activated, Yu Zhong's spirit was being expended to support its activation. Damn bastard! These Type 2 beasts are indeed scary. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he left the epicenter of the poison gas, charging towards the Type 2 mutant snake. In comparison with regards to holding out, Yu Zhong could not hope to match the Type 2 mutant snake with his spirit and stamina. He could only attempt to take down the Type 2 mutant snake within the short time period. This was the best way to ensure he had a fighting chance at survival. Fortunately, he had already injured the other Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, otherwise he was most likely dead already. In a few short breaths, Yu Zhong had arrived in front of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, as he condensed part of the devil flame into the 6m long devil flame sword and swung it down onto its scaled head. After enhancing the skill 3 times, the devil flame sword that required 20 stamina and 50 spirit points to form was seemingly invincible. The swing directly took the head of the snake off its body, causing blood to forcefully blast all over him, before the body slumped to the floor lifelessly. Congratulations on achieving level 49. You have gained 2 points of enhancements to be allocated. The moment Yu Zhong decapitated the Type 2 mutant snake, the sweet notification sound rang out within his mind. Before Yu Zhong even made his decision, he felt a huge sense of danger behind him. He tried to turn, but the distraction meant he didn't have the time to react, before the remaining Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake crashed into him viciously. Yu Zhong was knocked forwards and crashed heavily into a tree by the charging attack. The resulting impact caused his ribcage to immediately snap in most places. If his body wasn't strong enough, or it was someone else with an endurance of less than 70, this one move could easily take the life of that person. Yu Zhong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and expended a fearsome 20 points of stamina to condense his devil flame sword into a spear, flinging it with all his strength towards the remaining Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. The devil flame spear shot towards the Type 2 mutant snake and through sheer luck penetrated its brain. The flame roared, then immediately combusted, turning into raging fiery flames that started burning within the snake, roasting the brains and flesh, thereby turning them into ash. After he took care of the remaining Type 2 mutant snake, he quickly made his way towards the perimeter of the gas with his heavy injuries. With each step he took, Yu Zhong felt his sharp pains in his chest. Having a broken ribcage, most ordinary people would have found it hard to even walk. However, Yu Zhong's body was resilient, and with the level 4 skill, regeneration, his body was already repairing itself. At most, it would require a day for him to return to his tip-top condition. The other remaining 23 ordinary mutant forest venomous snake could feel the blood sent from Yu Zhong, and their eyes flashed with reptilian greed, as they quickly slithered over. Consuming high-level mutant beasts, enhancers or even zombies would allow them to quickly evolve, and hence Yu Zhong was like a piece of delicious meat in their eyes. Even if I'm injured, you piled-up trash shouldn't piss me off. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he stopped running. Instead, he raised his hand and pulled out yet another preloaded PF-98, and fired it at the group of mutant snakes. With a flash, the group of mutant snakes were caught in the explosion, and many of their bodies were blasted into pieces. Yu Zhong swiftly kept back his PF-98, before he pulled out another PF-98 and fired it at a single mutant forest venomous snake that was slithering towards him, exploding it to a rain of smoking meatballs. The flashes from the firing continued without stop, as Yu Zhong aimed and fired all around him with a resolute look on his face. Countless mutant forest venomous snakes were blasted into smithereens, their blood puddling and corpse chunks piling up on the floor of the forest. After 18 of the mutant snakes had died, the remaining 5 mutant snakes seemed to realize that Yu Zhong was too tough to handle, and they quickly slithered away. When he saw that the remaining mutant snakes had retreated, he heaved a sigh of relief, and he checked his PF-98s, discovering that there were only 9 rounds remaining. If he had to fire all of them, he would lose one of his strongest weapons. Yu Zhong looked at the forest ground that was littered with the corpses, and his heart could not help but ache. These high-level mutant beasts were all treasures, as their meat could be treated as nourishment, and their bones could be formed into weapons, while their tendons could become good bows, and their hide turned into protective clothing. However, he was currently without his subordinates, and his storage ring had a limit to its capacity, and hence he could only keep the truly precious items, regardless of how tempting and useful the corpses of these mutant beasts might be. After the poison gas had dissipated, Yu Zhong walked to the 2 Type 2 mutant beasts that he had killed, and he picked up the 2 dropped skill books and 400 survivor credit. Level 3 Skill Book, Forest Ranger Transformation, Active Skill. After activation, user will become a Forest Ranger. Within the forest, user will be granted with high agility, high danger perception, strongbow skills, extraordinary night vision, and the ability to navigate through any terrain. The strength after transforming into a Forest Ranger is dependent on user's 6 attribute. Can be maintained for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, user will be rendered weak. Gotta love RMC's luck. Level 4 Skill Book, Type 2 Forest Ranger Transformation, Active Skill. Requires a 3 times enhanced Forest Ranger Transformation skill. Requires 2 skill points to use. Yu Zhong looked at those books and he frowned, keeping them into his storage ring. They were skills meant for forest battles. Even though they were extremely useful in their current situation, it was specialized only in such terrains and was not suitable for Yu Zhong, who was adapted to and focused on evolution in all situations. Therefore, he instead opted to keep them and pass them down to someone suitable. Yu Zhong looked at the corpses of the Type 2 mutant snakes, as he swallowed some life-saving grass, before burrowing into the head of one and pieces of the other snake, retrieving the blood essence and nuclei. After digging those out, he took out his black-toothed blade and started carving the scales off. The scales of these Type 2 mutant snakes were the same as the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boars. If they are used to manufacture more armor, Yu Zhong would have more troops that would be impervious to guns and weapons, only their heads would be exposed. In fact, Yu Zhong's troops suffered little loss overall, mainly due to the fact that a large number of them were protected and equipped with such defensive hide. They were much tougher than the protective vests prior to the apocalypse, and only heavy artillery could pose a threat to them. Chapter 308 Mutant Leeches Reign, Myriad Mutant Mosquitoes Swarm. Chapter 0308 Mutant Leeches Reign, Myriad Mutant Mosquitoes Swarm. Book 3, The South. Amazing! Chen Yao came to the clearing under White Bone's protection, and seeing the numerous corpses, her heart was filled with shock. Go skin the snakes. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Yao, before he casually threw a dark magic blade towards her. Chen Yao accepted the dark magic blade, and did not say anything more. Instead she went towards one of the mutant forest venomous snake corpses. Forcing down her fear and disgust, she started to pry open the tough scales. White Bones walked to Yuzhong's front, as it lifted its head to look at Yuzhong. Suddenly it grabbed the venomous fangs and activated its bone manipulation ability. Upon activation, the essence from the bones of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake started flowing into White Bones. After about 5 minutes, the entire 70 long skeleton was absorbed into White Bones. The huge Type 2 mutant snake was reduced to half its size. Yuzhong retrieved 2 cups of divine spring tea, and took out a can of Type 2 meat and started helping himself. With the nourishment from the divine spring tea, his spirit was replenishing at a quick rate. The Type 2 meat also helped him regain a huge part of his energy. Using the black tooth blade to skin the scales of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake was too tedious, and it could not match the ease of using his devil flame. Using the divine spring tea, life-saving grass as well as the Type 2 mutant beast meat, Yuzhong's injuries started to heal at an extreme rate. His level 4 regeneration ability was boosted with the help of the Type 2 mutant beast meat, and his broken ribcage knitted itself back together with waves of horrendous itching. By the time he consumed the 8th canned meat, his ribcage had finished mending. The level 4 skill is truly powerful. After his body recovered, Yuzhong jumped down easily from the top of the Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake, before he stretched his healed body and revealed a satisfied expression. Yuzhong activated his devil flame again, condensing a smaller 3 long devil flame blade, before he continued butchering the 2 Type 2 mutant forest venomous snake. In a short while, he turned them into sizable chunks of meat. Yuzhong then enveloped the pieces of meat with his devil flame, burning them down into ash, before leaving the snake's skin intact. White Bones used its bone manipulation to clean up the mutant beast's bones, while Yuzhong made use of his devil flame to clean the blood and meat, and all that was left was the precious snake skins. Using these methods, Yuzhong soon turned the 20+ corpses of the mutant snakes into ashes, leaving only the skins. "Let's go." After finishing, Yuzhong turned to Chen Yao and spoke. Chen Yao followed Yuzhong as they started to walk out. "Shit!" Yuzhong had just taken 2 steps when his face changed, and he immediately grabbed Chen Yao and dashed towards the distance. From a distance, a few gigantic mutant crocodiles could be seen crawling towards them. They were attracted by the smell of the blood from the mutant forest venomous snake. These mutant crocodiles were extremely deadly when they attacked, their speed almost too fast to be seen. When they were crawling on land, they did have a handicap, but their speed still reached 3 times that of normal people. Yuzhong carried Chen Yao and ran like crazy, stopping only after a dashing nearly a kilometer away. The moment they reached the 1-kilometer mark, passing by another patch of forest, small mutant leeches the size of 2 fingers dropped from the trees like rain. Level 6 mutant beast, mutant leech. These greedy bloodsuckers could drain even a mutant cow dry in roughly 30 seconds. Yuzhong's reaction was extremely quick. The moment those leeches dropped from the trees, he had already activated his devil flame skill. His right hand extended towards the sky as he conjured a terrible fire that enveloped all those mutant leeches. With the burning of the devil flame, those who tried to drop and land on Yuzhong and Chen Yao were immediately incinerated. If it wasn't for Yuzhong's quick reactions, he and Chen Yao would have long been latched on to by these disgusting worms. Those who landed further away did not stop wiggling, as they made their way towards Yuzhong and Chen Yao. Chen Yao looked at those mutant leeches as they wiggled about, and her eyes flashed with shock as she stepped on them. With each stomp of Chen Yao, those mutant leeches would be driven into the mud, but they did not stop moving about and were obviously not affected by the kicks and squishes. Leeches were originally extremely resilient. After mutation, their resilience mutated to become stronger, In addition to the muddy ground, it was hard for these mutant leeches to be stomped to death. Quick, let's leave. Yuzhong grabbed Chen Yao and activated the tornado ability of the tornado necklace he had on, and a hurricane blew out with him in the center, extending outwards. With the strong gusts of winds, the moment those mutant leeches dropped, they would be blown away. Yuzhong carried Chen Yao and made his way towards the outskirts. Chen Yao was only about 100 jin, 50 kilograms, and Yuzhong had no problems lifting her. When he was undergoing tough training, he usually carried over 200 jin, 100 kilograms. They kept running, and finally they managed to extract themselves away from the leech-infested forest. They had just exited from the mutant leech forest when they heard the droning hum of countless wings, only to discover a huge swarm of black mutant mosquitoes. Each of them was the size of a finger, flying towards them like a huge windstorm. Level 2 mutant bug, mutant poison mosquitoes. These countless little monsters will suck you dry by the time you notice them. Yuzhong's expression turned for the worst, and he again immediately activated his devil flame, enveloping him, and the mosquitoes were predictably burnt up the moment they came in contact with the fire. Chen Yao remained hugging Yuzhong tightly. Only by being in his embrace did she feel the warmth and security. Initially, she thought that while she may not be an expert at level 13, she was still at least capable of protecting herself. However, the events today and the future prospects had opened her eyes to the reality of the world. With her current measly strength, she was nothing to these fearsome mutant beasts and nature. Even Yuzhong, who was pretty strong, would be dead if he was surrounded by a group of Type 2 mutant beasts. Yuzhong charged straight at the windstorm of mutant mosquitoes. Under the protection of the devil flame, a large number of them were instantly incinerated. Feeling the fiery heat of the devil flames, the swarm of mosquitoes made to avoid Yuzhong, and allowed him to run past them. Only after breaking free and leaving them far behind, Yuzhong then heaved a sigh of relief. We need to leave this place fast. Within this forest, they had met wave after wave of mutant beasts and mutant bugs. Even Yuzhong was starting to feel weary having to deal with them continuously. If he stayed there for too long, who knows, he might be worn down and killed if he was careless. After leaving the swarm of mutant mosquitoes for yet another 1 kilometer, they had to deal with a few harassing mutant monkeys, before they finally saw a small town with a few buildings. When they saw the small town, Yuzhong eased up a little. Compared with the mutant beasts with different types of abilities and numbers, the ordinary zombies from a town were definitely easier to handle. As long as there wasn't a horde of over 10,000 zombies, Yuzhong had confidence he could wipe them out. Yuzhong pondered for a while, before he took out a huge bag with food and tools from inside the storage ring. That way, regardless of how he retrieved anything, people would assume he took it from the bag, and not suspect it was due to the precious storage ring. After settling this, Yuzhong brought Chen Yao towards the small town. The moment they entered, the zombies who caught scent of the smell of humans lumbered over. Get rid of them! Yuzhong eyed those zombies and gave a command to Chen Yao. Now there was only the two of them. Yuzhong had no choice but to push Chen Yao. He did not want to drag along a burden in this alien location. Within the forest, if there wasn't Chen Yao, he could at least survive on his own. But since he had her along, it would be dangerous. He needed to ensure her safety, which would put himself into more danger, and it would be hard to escape from it. When Chen Yao heard Yuzhong's orders, she grabbed a vine seed and activated her skill. In a blink, the vine seed transformed into a huge vine that went straight for the heads of those zombies. These unevolved, ordinary zombies were weak. It was so much so that even a heavy wooden plank could break their brittle bones. They were naturally unable to resist or defend against the strength of the vine, as it cut off their heads. Those zombies that were constantly rushing up, regardless of L1S or S1S, were all unable to handle the strength of that vine, allowing it to display its ferocious strength. It was just that Chen Yao's abilities were simply too weak. her spirit was too low. After killing over 20 zombies, her face was flushed and she was perspiring, her breath ragged. The control of the vine expended too much of her stamina and spirit. "Alright, take a break. Follow me." Yuzhong saw that Chen Yao had lost half her battle strength, and lightly shook his head before charging into the zombie group. The blade flashed about, any zombies that got too close would be immediately chopped up. Chen Yao looked at Yuzhong easily crushing his way through the zombie group, her eyes filled with admiration and envy, as she followed him closely. Chapter 309. This is Vietnam. Chapter 0309. This is Vietnam. This isn't China. Yuzhong was killing the zombies effortlessly as he looked around, and discovered that the writings on the buildings around were characters he did not recognize. After gaining the language skill, he learnt Russian, English, Chinese, and Japanese. Yet the words on the buildings and constructions around did not match any of these 4 languages. Yuzhong aimed as he waved his blade about, killing another 3 zombies, before he asked Chen Yao, "These words, do you recognize them?" Yuzhong had been an ordinary student during his university days, and was always hard-working in his life as well as studies. However, prior to the apocalypse, language was one of his weakest points. Chen Yao casually looked at the surroundings and she saw more words. Then she took some time to think as she continued to scan her surroundings before replying, "I don't recognize these words. But I have a feeling this place is in Vietnam. I have been to Hanoi for a holiday, and the words there and here seem very similar. Furthermore, there are many motorcycles, and the houses are built like matchboxes." Chen Yao stared ahead, noticing that there was a pile of scattered coins on the road, as she immediately picked them up, and revealed a confident smile. "Now I'm very certain that this is Vietnam. Look Yuzhong, these are Vietnamese dong." Chen Yao waved the Vietnamese dong, and was smiling extremely sweetly. She finally proved that she was not just a useless decoration, and could be useful when the situation required. 1 star. Yuzhong continued asking, "Which part of Vietnam do you think we are in?" "Not sure," Chen Yao felt discouraged. "Regardless, let us first try and survive." Yuzhong laughed lightly before swinging his dark-toothed blade. He continued to carefreely carve out a road of slaughter, leading Chen Yao and White Bones towards a small supermarket. Yuzhong got White Bones to guard the entrance, while he and Chen Yao made their way into the building. The moment they entered, Chen Yao rushed towards the female restroom and grabbed a few rolls of sanitary napkins, skincare products, cleanser, soap and the like, stuffing them into a huge military bag. "Why are you packing these items? You should pack more food and drinks, right?" Yuzhong grabbed a few canned food and beef before striding over, looking at Chen Yao stuffing those items into her bag, as he asked cluelessly. If Yuzhong did not have the storage ring, he would definitely only keep food and high-calorie food, as well as water and weapons. "Yuzhong, you really don't understand women. These are necessities to us women." Chen Yao looked at Yuzhong before saying a little coyly, "Also, don't you have a storage ring? Use that to keep more food and water." Without sanitary napkins and clean undergarments, Chen Yao felt that she would go crazy. On top of that, with Yuzhong's current strength, it was not an issue for him to obtain food. He pondered a while, and did not press for Chen Yao to throw those items away. Yuzhong then gave a pink snake birth fruit to Chen Yao and said, "Eat this. Snake birth fruit. You're really giving it to me?" Chen Yao looked at Yuzhong handing her that precious fruit. Her heart skipped a beat, as her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yuzhong, and asked with a shaky voice, "Snake birth fruit. The fruit of evolution." The secret of this snake birth fruit was a classified secret even amongst Yuzhong's stronghold. Only Qi Yang, Ji Qinggu, De Guzi, Su Jing'ang, Lu Yen and Guiyu, etc. Only the top brass knew about it. Chen Yao only had knowledge of the secret of the snake birth fruit because of her close relationship with Ji Qinggu, therefore, she knew it was extremely precious, that huge snake birth fruit tree would only bear slightly less than 100 fruits after consuming over a few 100,000 zombies. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Yao and said indifferently, "Just eat it." As they were in a foreign place, having the strength of one more combatant was definitely better. Although Chen Yao was weak, and lacking in battle experience, as well as possessing a low combat ability, after becoming an evolver, her strength would definitely increase. This would be a good thing to him. He didn't let Chen Yao evolve while they were in the forest because the evolution process required a day's worth of recuperation. The time period required meant that staying in the forest would be too dangerous. Chen Yao received the snake birth fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. Becoming an evolver was the dream of many people. Even under Yu Zhong's command, the total number of evolvers now were only about 30. Their preciousness and rarity was obvious. After she swallowed the snake birth fruit, she started to run a fever and, as expected, fainted. Yu Zhong carried her to the second story and laid her on a bed. He strolled over to the nearby window and looked out, peacefully enjoying the scenery of the place. On a small slope a distance away, 5 short Vietnamese were huddled within a grass patch. Whispering to themselves, they all stole glances towards the supermarket. The supermarket had never been opened before, and there was bound to be plenty of food in it. At the same time, it was a man-eating trap. Many survivors had been enticed by the food and tried to open it up, but all failed miserably and became part of the zombies. One of the more handsome Vietnamese men looked at the supermarket before saying a little apprehensively, "Phan Tong Chien, do you really want to go over there? With just us? There's no way we can't make it in. Let's go back." Another man, who had extremely tanned skin, ripped muscles, and a fierce expression, responded in a gruff voice, "Damn it, Huny Shan, if you're scared, get lost and go eat that other shit. That kind of life, I've had enough. Tree bark, vegetable roots, sweet potatoes. I'm sick of these unappetizing foods." A wretched-looking man called out coldly, "Ai Luada? Then you charge up. I will help you look after your daughter. Nowhere other than her bed, obviously." The tanned and muscled man was a Vietnamese called Ai Luada. Even though he was Vietnamese, he had taken on an auspicious-sounding foreign name. As for his original name, he had long since discarded it. Ai Luada's eyes flashed with fury as he spat out the words, "Fong Chuani, one more word from you and I'll slaughter you." Fong Chuani laughed coldly. "Not only am I not gonna stop, I will say even more. You let an American fuck your bitch of a daughter, why can't I? I know this, Tom fucked both your wife and daughter together? I remember it was for a bag of instant noodles, right?" That seemed to have hit a raw nerve. Tom was an actual American who was Ai Luada's backer before the apocalypse. Due to his support, Ai Luada had managed to build a fortune for himself. The downside? As Tom's dog, he had given his own wife to be teased and toyed with by Tom. After the apocalypse, he even gave his daughter to Tom in exchange for a bag of instant noodles. Now, these dark and secret things that he did were actually mentioned by someone else. Ai Luada charged towards Fong Chuani furiously, and they started to brawl. The leader, Phan Tong Chien, who was holding a rifle, immediately pointed it at the two men fighting and called out, "Shut up! Whoever causes trouble, your father, I will kill that person first." During the Vietnam War, almost all the Vietnamese were soldiers, so normal citizens had access to guns. Phan Tong Chuan's family had carefully kept and saved a rifle. During these post-apocalyptic times, he had become the leader of a small faction just by relying on this rifle. With that threat, both Fong Chuani and Ai Luada separated as they glared at each other. One of the Vietnamese suddenly exclaimed softly, "Phan Tong Chien, there's someone inside the supermarket?" Everyone looked over and saw Yu Zhong, who was gazing out the window and observing the sights. As they looked at Yu Zhong, their hearts were shaken with the thought, "What? There was actually someone inside? Impossible! There are 2 ghost zombies inside. Only those enhancers who possessed the eyes of perception could tell the information and abilities of the zombies and mutant beasts. Phan Tong Xian and the rest of these Vietnamese survivors weren't survivors, and could not tell the differences between zombies. They had thought that the S2s were ghost zombies. Taking into account that S2s possessed speed far exceeding normal humans, with the 2 S2s hiding inside the supermarket, no ordinary humans could enter. Yu Zhong's perception was extremely astute. The movement from those Vietnamese who saw him put him on alert. He zeroed in and caught sight of them through the Barrett sniper rifle he had produced from his ring when he first was jolted into action. After sighting in, he carefully aimed at them. This Barrett sniper rifle was one of the few treasures Yu Zhong obtained within the huge armory. It possessed absolutely devastating firepower, and its stability was top-notch. What? So they are just normal survivors? Yu Zhong observed them carefully and quickly shouldered his Barrett sniper rifle. Phan Tong Xian and the rest of the Vietnamese had pale looks of fear and sweat. Their very best weapon was only an old Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, which didn't pose much of a threat to Yu Zhong. This single action from Yu Zhong had thoroughly frightened those Vietnamese silly. Only after Yu Zhong put away his gun did they recover from their shock. They instantly bolted for cover, their hearts thumping with fear. They did not recognize that world-famous sniper rifle, but they could feel the pressure and danger from it. Yu Zhong eyed these Vietnamese as they did not do anything wrong in his eyes. Merely, now that Chen Yao was recuperating, he needed to watch over her until she finished her evolution. Huniu Shirshan's heart was thumping as he quickly said, "Let's leave now. Otherwise we will surely all be killed by him." The rest of the Vietnamese all looked towards Phan Tong Xian. Phan Tong Xian sighed for a moment. After thinking a while, he could discern Yu Zhong's intentions to some degree. No. If he had wanted to kill us, based on his abilities, a number of us would have died already. I believe he doesn't harbor any killing intent towards us. Underscore 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 underscore. Ulamog, for those who don't read posts, D. Oh no. No bonus chapter today because out of 12,000 solid readers we couldn't get 150 honest reviews about the novel. TSK. Nobody wants my sponsored chapter? I see how it is. Hey Race, your only chance. Here no reason to stop at 150, might even get another free chapter. 1 asterisk. I can't be the only one who thought of. Right? I was? Right. Chapter 310. Phan Tong Xian. Chapter 0310. Phan Tong Xian. Book 3, The South. Huniu Shirshan's eyes lit up. Then we can trade with him. Since he entered the supermarket, he must have a good haul. We can take some items to exchange with him. One of the Vietnamese, Huan Yuanji, frowned. Since he already possesses the whole supermarket, what can we trade with him? Sweet potatoes? Wild vegetables? Or tree bark? These Vietnamese survivors were at their wits' end, otherwise they would not have risked their lives to come and make an attempt on this supermarket. They would naturally not have any items worth trading for. Phan Tong Xian pondered deeply before saying, "Women! We can use women to exchange food with him. Ruan Mingho, go call your sister over. Ai Luada, bring your daughter over as well." 1 star. Both Ruan Mingho and Ai Luada both turned around silently, as they crouched and entered the forest, leaving the place. After a while, a voluptuous, healthy-looking beauty of 1.6 meters with defining features as well as another 16 to 17-year-old mixed-blood girl with blonde hair, big black eyes and fair skin came over. The healthy-skinned voluptuous beauty was called Ruan Chunhua, and was Ruan Mingho's elder sister. The pretty mixed-blood girl was Ai Luada's daughter, Aina. Ruan Chunhua and Aina were the best beauties this little group could bring out. During this post-apocalyptic times, women selling themselves for food was not a big deal. They had slept with countless men, and were indifferent to the trade that these guys wanted to propose to Yu Zhong. There was more concern about how delicious the food would be. On top of the arrival of the two ladies, they had brought a long white cloth, writing some Vietnamese words on it. "Esteemed powerful person, we hope to trade with you." Fan Tongxian stood on the small slope and opened up that huge white cloth, as he looked expectantly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, who was within the supermarket observing his surroundings, looked at the words, and was still as blank as ever. He did not understand what they stood for. He thought for a while, then found a bedsheet and wrote on it with Chinese, "I am Chinese." After which, Yu Zhong threw up the bedsheet and hung it out the window. Fan Tongxian stared at the bedsheet for a while, before softly speaking, "That is Chinese. That man is from China." Fan Tongxian did not know Chinese as well, however. The words China were pretty obvious, and even he could recognize it. At the same time, based on the Chinese that Yu Zhong had written, he had formed the assumption that Yu Zhong was in fact from China. Fan Tongxian turned around and asked the rest, "Who knows Chinese here?" One of the Vietnamese, Wu Tunwen, spoke out with a little anger, "Fan Tongxian, do we really have to deal with that Chinese guy? The Chinese aren't a good bunch. They stole our South China Sea." 2-star. Amongst the Vietnamese, there were a few who were on friendly terms with the Chinese, while there was also a group who could not see eye to eye with them. This Wu Tunwen was on the side of those who disliked the Chinese. Fan Tongxian looked at Wu Tunwen as he frowned. "I don't really care about the damn sea. All I know is, if we don't deal with that Chinese guy, then we have to go into the forest of death to look for food. If you, Wu Tunwen, are willing to go look for food in the forest of death for all of us, then we'll leave now." The rest of the survivors also looked at Wu Tunwen coldly. In the forest of death, there were countless fearsome mutant beasts and bugs. Even for someone as strong as Yu Zhong, if he were to be the slightest bit careless, he could lose his life in there, not to mention an ordinary person like Wu Tunwen. Although they were locals, they were wary of the forest of death. However, there were indeed some mutant plants and various small mutant bugs that could be eaten. The risk of death was too high, though. When this group of survivors was at its peak, there were 26 males who could go out to hunt for food. Now they were only left with 7. Fan Tongxian had seen a survivor being sucked on by a mutant mosquito until he was literally dried up. That scary scene and the anguished howls of the survivor caused him to be unable to sleep for a few nights. To these survivors, the matters about territory, country and history couldn't be any less important. They just wanted to live on. Furthermore, the world had already become like it was, and they could not even fend for themselves, let alone worry about some useless piece of territory. Seeing the cold gazes of his comrades, Wu Tunwen also calmed down and shrank back like a quail. He was very clear about the dangers of the forest of death. He was also unwilling to risk his life to hunt for food in it. Fan Tongxian continued, "Who knows Chinese?" The rest of the 6 male survivors all looked at each other, as they shook their heads. "I know a little Chinese." At this time, Ruan Chunhua stood up and told everybody. Ruan Chunhua had intended to marry off into China as a bride before the apocalypse, and had learnt a little basic Chinese. She was unclear about the complicated phrases and words, but conversational Chinese was still somewhat manageable. Fan Tongxian did not request for Ruan Chunhua to write some nonsense about China-Vietnam relations or a long-winded message. Instead, he set the bar pretty low. "Great! Write this. Hello, esteemed powerful person, we hope to trade with you." In this post-apocalyptic world, to these Lone Rangers, the relations between China and Vietnam was worth only shit. The only thing that could interest these characters was benefit. Ruan Chunhua followed Fan Tongxuan's wishes and wrote those words on the white cloth, before Wu Tungwen waved it upon Fan Tongshuan's orders. Yu Zhong stood at the window and saw the scrawly Chinese characters. He chuckled before he wrote, "Not free today. Come again tomorrow." Yu Zhong had to guard Chen Yao, who was undergoing evolution. These survivors weren't of paramount importance to him. Of course, if he could gain some form of intel from their mouths, it would be best, otherwise it wasn't an issue. Based on his strength, he just had to follow the path of civilization to come to a dwelling with humans. Fan Tongxian turned to Ruan Chunhua and asked, "What did he write?" Ruan Chunhua thought hard before replying, "It should be that he's not free today. He wants us to come again tomorrow." If Yu Zhong was unwilling to come over, Fan Tongxian and the rest were helpless to that as well. The zombies were easy to kill for Yu Zhong, however. To these common survivors, a simple S2 and L2 could wipe them out, therefore, they did not dare enter the small town. A day passed just like that, and Chen Yao, who ran a fever throughout the night, had successfully evolved and woke up the next morning. She opened her eyes and saw Yu Zhong sitting beside her sleeping without changing, and her eyes flashed with gratitude, and she leaned forward to kiss him lightly on his lips. After that kiss, Chen Yao seemed to flush red and her heart thumped, before she quickly curled up in her blanket, her emotions in turmoil. This prideful princess had actually kissed someone of her own accord. "Chen Yao, what's wrong with you? How could you initiate the kiss? He's a flower-hearted carrot head. You can't like him." Chen Yao was in a dilemma as she chided herself. She had started to fall for Yu Zhong very early on, but was adamant on not admitting it. This time Yu Zhong had helped her evolve, and he even stood guard over her throughout the night, which touched her greatly. That slight sweet feeling had transformed into a surge of love like a torrent, which thoroughly confused this poor girl who hadn't ever even dated before. Not long after, Yu Zhong opened his eyes and he stood up. Yawning, he looked at Chen Yao and asked, "Chen Yao, what's your current condition now? Did you succeed?" Hearing Yu Zhong's voice, Chen Yao swiftly checked her own status and immediately broke out in a huge smile. I succeeded. I'm a spirit-based evolver, and my plant manipulation has been enhanced." After becoming an evolver, Chen Yao's strength predictably leaped overnight, to almost 4 times that of her condition prior to evolution. Especially now that her plant manipulation had been enhanced once, her skill prowess was strengthened by at least half. Chen Yao was also very clear that only with overwhelming strength could she protect herself. In a place without the military and other experts protecting her, she could only rely on herself and the man in front of her. Yu Zhong looked at the excited Chen Yao as he laughed. "All right. Let's go, someone has invited us." Chen Yao followed behind Yu Zhong, as they walked towards the outside of the compound. The moment the 3 of them left the supermarket, zombies started to shuffle over and surround them. Chen Yao looked at the moving zombies as she eagerly spoke out, "Let me!" Yu Zhong nodded his head. He was not interested in dealing with these low-level zombies. Right now, to level up by killing these ordinary zombies, he had to kill more than tens of thousands of them. Took up too much time and expended too much energy. Yu Zhong did not have that kind of time to waste. Facing those encroaching zombies, Chen Yao grabbed her vine seed and activated the LVL4 plant manipulation ability. In the next instant, 10 vines as thin as arrows shot out towards the heads of the zombies, and easily pierced through a dozen of them. She then pulled back with her strength, causing those zombie corpses to be swept to the side. After evolving, Chen Yao's stats all improved, and her spirit also increased to twice its original number. At the same time, her plant manipulation ability received an enhancement, and she could do even more interesting things with her vines. One of them was that she could condense the vine to be as strong as steel for the span of a few seconds. 1S2, which was currently hiding in the midst of the zombies, suddenly sprang out and rushed towards Chen Yao at the same moment she was distracted in her triumph. Chapter 311, Nabu Town. Chapter 0311, A Nabu Town. Book 2, The South. Facing facts, Chen Yao's speed could never match an S2. Suddenly, her command experience learned at the snake birth tree site took over, and she had no time for panic. Instead, she pointed at the attacking S2 and the numerous vines sprouted myriad 1-inch serrated thorns and shot towards it, turning into an absolutely lethal net. The S2 was extremely agile, yet it could not evade the oncoming net, and was immediately tangled within it. It started struggling frantically, waving its sharp claws about, tearing holes into the living net. Just as the S2 was about to extract itself, the countless vines tightened up to bind the limbs of the S2. While the S2 was an evolved form, its strength was not exceptional, and it could not overcome the tough vine spikes. One of the thinner and sharper vines shot towards the struggling S2 and penetrated its head, nailing it to the ground. A huge orb of experience entered Chen Yao's body. Since that S2 was a level 30 evolved zombie, killing it represented a huge amount of experience for her. She instantly gained 3 levels upon absorption, reaching level 19. The more she killed, the more excited she got, and Yu Zhong just followed behind as they eventually arrived at the slope. Fan Tongxian brought the survivors from yesterday as they humbled themselves and came to Yu Zhong respectfully. "Honorable Lord, how do you do? I am Fan Tongxian. I am excited to meet you. How should we address you?" Ruan Chunhua stood beside Fan Tongxian, acting as his translator, using blunt Chinese translation to convey his message. The rest of the 6 Vietnamese males were all attracted to the beautiful Chen Yao. She was naturally beautiful, and possessed a graceful aura. In addition to the military clothes on her, which gave her a heroic feel, it added to her charm. Furthermore, Chen Yao had never been through any difficulties, and her skin was full of splendor. She was not like most of the other survivors who had become emaciated or had their skin come to bear an unhealthy yellowish color. Therefore, Chen Yao was extremely attractive to them. These Vietnamese then retracted their gazes with reluctance to look at Yu Zhong again. He had a dark tooth blade by his waist, and his back had a Barrett sniper and .03 rifle, which also attracted the men. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength was everything. The fearsome might of the Barrett sniper far surpassed the old Type 56 semi-automatic rifle of Fan Tongxian. Yu Zhong looked towards Fan Tongxian and said directly, "I am Yu Zhong. This is my friend Chen Yao, this is White Bones." Yu Zhong pulled out a can of corned beef from his bag and asked Fan Tongxian directly, "What is this place? Whoever can answer my question, this can of corned beef will be his." The moment he took out the corned beef, all gazes were locked upon it as if hypnotized. It was a can of corned beef after all, and these people had not had meat for God knows how long. Ruan Chunhua looked at the can of beef and her eyes flashed with greed, as she immediately replied in a supremely detailed manner. "This is Nabu Town. We are about 80 li, *2, away from Langsun City. If you want to go back to China, you can follow the main road towards the northeast direction. If you do that, you will eventually come to Friendship Town in Chinese lands. Can you give me the can of beef now?" Yu Zhong laughed and threw the meat over to Ruan Chunhua. "Good! This is yours." The can of beef was nothing to Yu Zhong. However, to these Vietnamese survivors, they were precious commodities. The males eyed the beef in Ruan Chunhua's hands, their expressions full of envy and jealousy. They suddenly hated themselves for not learning Chinese, and could only see the beef being taken by Ruan Chunhua. After giving the can of beef to Ruan Chunhua, Yu Zhong turned around and made to leave. Other than the current location, there was nothing else that the Vietnamese could offer him which would shake his heart. Fan Tongxuan's face fell and his eyes flashed with hope as he shouted, "Please wait! Esteemed Yu Zhong, I have important intel for you. Ruan Chunhua, quickly tell him." It was rare to be able to converse properly with a strong enhancer like Yu Zhong that did not harbor any ill intent, and Fan Tongxian wanted to continue dealing with him, to gain some benefits. Ruan Chunhua rushed to Yu Zhong's side, and hastily translated Fan Tongxuan's intentions. If she caused Fan Tongxian to become infuriated with her because of inaction, her subsequent days were sure to be tougher. Yu Zhong stopped in his tracks and turned his head to ask Fan Tongxian, "What intel?" As Yu Zhong was unfamiliar with the place, and had practically no knowledge whatsoever. In any foreign situation, having information could help him deal with things to come. He was, of course, accordingly open to hearing good intel as a result. Fan Tongxian heaved a sigh of relief as he humbly spoke. "Esteemed Yu Zhong, it would not be easy to say it all here. May we invite you to come with us? Let us treat you properly before we speak further?" This was after all a wrecked mockery of the old, civilized society. Here and now, lives were cheap. Fan Tongxian wasn't some greenhorn who didn't know this. He had interacted with enhancers before, and knew that most of them were brave and had a little bit of luck, which allowed them to become enhancers. Some were extremely tyrannical and oppressive, killing without a word. Fan Tongxian did not want to accidentally offend this enhancer in front of him due to lack of manners. "Fine." Yu Zhong pondered a while, before nodding his agreement. Even if he were to return to China, making his way back to Longhai City would definitely be tough. Staying a while to gain some information at Fan Tongxuan's headquarters would not affect anything anyway. Gaining more local information could also potentially help save his life in the long run. Under Fan Tongxuan's lead, Yu Zhong and his party came to a small 4-story bungalow that was built in the middle of nowhere. Countless weeds and wild grass were growing all around it in an unrestrained manner. In the field, even though there were a lot of wild grass patches growing, they were not edible. If humans were to eat them, they would suffer from painful diarrhea, enough to make you scream. Some of the grass was even worse and could cause deadly poisoning. Therefore, Fan Tongxian and his group could only try to find some of the safely edible ones within those patches. It was pretty much like searching for a proverbial needle in a haystack. Yu Zhong's party arrived and went to the dining hall of the bungalow. All the males were seated at the table, and because of Yu Zhong, Chen Yao sat with them as well. Not long after, a few scrawny boys and girls walked out, and sat huddled around a smaller table. The women of the bungalow started serving and distributing the food to everybody. The main staple food for the people here was a mutant sweet potato that was the size of a wooden cask. Each male had 3 thin slices of the sweet potato as well as a soup. The women had a slice as well as a bowl of soup. The children needed nourishment, so they had 2 slices and a bowl of soup. These women and children were savoring their meals quietly. No one had the look of being mistreated. Seeing this, Yu Zhong nodded to himself quietly. Perhaps the whole world hadn't gone to shit. He could see that these survivors still had their basic decency, and were living as well as they could. In this post-apocalyptic world, women and children who were weaker were usually worse off. If they met a cruel leader, they would be killed or eaten. Chen Yao looked at the food and lost her appetite. Instead, she felt like throwing up. The soup was made of wild vegetables, roots, slices of sweet potato, white rice, ants, grasshoppers and earthworms, sprinkled with a little salt. Seeing the dead insects floating atop the soup, Chen Yao instantly felt nauseous. In truth, these bugs and insects were valuable sources of nutrients. The women only had clear soup. Only the men had such delicacies within them. Fan Tongxian looked at his portion, and his eyes lit up in delight, as he instantly slurped it down, while chewing on a grasshopper and said, "Today's soup sure is flavorful." Yu Zhong saw this and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, before passing his soup and sliced sweet potato to a pregnant lady, as he said mildly, "This is for you." As entertainment was almost non-existent, the only form of activity for the adults was the most ancient of mainstays: sex. Amongst these Vietnamese women, there were 3 pregnant already. Compared to the rest of the women, these pregnant women only had twice the amount of sweet potatoes, and their soup had more ants or grasshoppers. "Thank you." The pregnant lady immediately thanked Yuzhong profusely. While these small foods weren't much to Yuzhong, to these ladies, it was a source of nutrients that was hard to come by. Although she could not understand what Yuzhong said when he spoke to her, she still thanked him. "Take these." Chen Yao saw a way out, and immediately passed her plate and soup to another pregnant lady. She did not want to eat or drink that soup. After Yuzhong gave away those provided foods, he opened his own bag, and pulled out 2 sirloin fried potatoes, *3, and 2 bottles of flavored drinks. He then proceeded to open them up and started stuffing himself. On the other side, Chen Yao also opened up a Type 2 canned beast meat to eat. At that time, Fan Tongxian and the rest had just finished their own meager dinner, and they looked on at Yuzhong and Chen Yao, swallowing their overproduced saliva. Many of their gazes traveled to the bag that Yuzhong placed on one side. In their eyes, that bag of food and drinks was more valuable than gold at this point of time. Yuzhong ate a few mouthfuls before placing the can to one side and spoke to Fan Tongxian. "Can you tell me the important info now? I have food here. If you give me enough information, I will let you have the food you want." Fan Tongxian looked at the can of meat that Yuzhong just took a few mouthfuls of, and he swallowed his saliva before he asked, "Are you still going to eat that? Can I have it if you don't want it anymore?" Chapter 312 Ambush. Chapter 312 Ambush. Book 3, The South. Yuzhong eyed Fan Tongxian, then gave him the canned meat. Fan Tongxian received the canned meat, and in front of the jealous gazes of the rest, he put it away carefully. This half-eaten canned meat was enough to last a whole day. After keeping the canned meat, he saw Yuzhong staring at him fixedly, and his heart went cold, before he started telling Yuzhong all he knew. "Lord, it's like this." As Yuzhong listened to Fan Tongxian, his eyebrows started to knit. It seemed that the road ahead was not going to be optimistic. Nabu Town was part of Lang Sun City, and was considered as part of the northern Vietnam's sphere of influence. The difference with the southern Vietnam was that many of the Vietnamese here view China with hostility. After the Sino-Vietnamese War over 30 years ago, these parts of Vietnam hated the Chinese. After the apocalypse set in, a genius by the name of Nguyen Hong rose up in these parts, and he managed to subdue the Vietnam army by his own and formed a huge power of over 30,000 people as the main governing faction, possessing a mighty force with firepower. Vietnam had many forests, and there were mutant beasts everywhere. Nguyen Hong had tried to recapture Lang Song City countless times, but failed due to the mutant beasts and zombies. He had then readjusted his strategy, and went towards China's borders, attacking Friendship Town and obtaining countless firepower, instantly boosting his strength. He was not only a genius of Vietnam, he was also thoroughly vicious and intensely patriotic. The Chinese people that he caught would be treated worse than pigs and dogs because of old country grudges. As long as he discovered the existence of a Chinese person, he would capture the person, either killing him or making him into a slave. If Yuzhong wanted to cross Friendship Town to get into China's place, he would have to pass by Nguyen Hong's borders. Fan Tongxian had known so much, because Ruan Mingho and Ruan Chunhua were survivors that had escaped from Nguyen Hong's stronghold. They had escaped because Ruan Mingho had offended one of the small powers within Nguyen Hong's stronghold, and he was afraid that he would not live to see another day, therefore they ran. "This is going to be tricky." Yuzhong frowned. To cross a territory where all the regular people had hostility towards the Chinese, it was not an easy task by any stretch of the word. Fan Tongxian was observing Yuzhong as he was pondering, and could not help but blurt out, "Lord, why don't you stay? As long as you stay, we're willing to follow you." Yu Zhong heard Ruan Chuanhua's translation and was taken aback. I'm Chinese. Fan Tongxian maintained his serious expression as he said, I know. But as long as you can lead us to live better, even if you're Satan, we're willing. Fan Tongxian could tell that Yu Zhong wasn't some maniac who killed without reason, therefore he entertained the idea of following Yu Zhong. Many ordinary folks just wanted to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Whoever became their leader was of no concern, as long as they could give them a better life. Yu Zhong shook his head and rejected. No way. I'm heading back to China, I can't stay here long. Yu Zhong's establishments and friends were all in China, not Vietnam. Even if he put in the effort to set something up here, it would be to someone else's benefit, not his. After hearing Yu Zhong decline, Fan Tongxian was extremely dejected. With such a character as a leader, their group of survivors would definitely be able to live better. He could also relinquish the heavy responsibilities as a leader. In this world, to be a morally upright leader with a conscience was incredibly tough. Finding enough food for the survivors was a problem in itself. This is for your information. Yu Zhong took out 10 assorted cans of meat, 3 bottles of milk, and a bag of rice as he gave them to Fan Tongxian. Fan Tongxian looked at the pile of food and was shocked. You could even say he was elated. With this amount of food, as long as they ate sparingly, they wouldn't have to worry about food for another half a month. Fan Tongxian then pointed to Ruan Chuanhua and Aina, asking Yu Zhong, Lord, would you like to have some fun? They can do anything, would you like them to give you a good time? Just for a bag of salt, they can accompany you for 3 days. Both Ruan Chuanhua and Aina walked to Yu Zhong's front. Ruan Chuanhua even hugged her ample chest tightly, her arms beneath her breasts, to give a clearer view of her voluptuous figure. She gave Yu Zhong a coy wink and proceeded to translate Fan Tongxian's words. They weren't exactly unfamiliar with providing sexual services, and in this post-apocalyptic world, they had done it plenty of times. Furthermore, Yu Zhong wasn't like those normal handsome men, but he wasn't ugly either, and he was definitely stronger than most Vietnamese men. Hearing Ruan Chuanhua's translation, Chen Yao immediately scowled and spoke loudly. No way! All of their gazes landed on Chen Yao, and she flushed in embarrassment, before gritting her teeth and loudly proclaiming, Yu Zhong is my boyfriend. *1. *2. *3. Ruan Chuanhua looked at Chen Yao and smiled. Miss Chen Yao, we don't mind, we can even join you with him. We promise to make you feel good. To Ruan Chuanhua, exotic things like an orgy wasn't exactly something new or anything. Chen Yao grabbed onto Yu Zhong's arms and pleaded win him, he cheeks red with embarrassment. Yu Zhong? Reject them quickly. As long as you reject them, I'll give you a kiss. Chen Yao's pleading look was extremely cute, and Yu Zhong was charmed, as he took out a bag of salt and threw it to Fan Tongxian and said, All right, this is for you. As for them, it's fine. My girlfriend doesn't like it. Fan Tongxian accepted the bag of salt and did not press Yu Zhong further. Instead, he spoke attentively. Lord Yu Zhong, since it's so late, would you like to rest here for the night? Yu Zhong and Chen Yao had arrived at this town late in the evening yesterday. Chen Yao had rested an entire day, and it was almost nightfall already. Yu Zhong thought for a while and accepted the invitation. With nothing out of the ordinary, Yu Zhong and Chen Yao were arranged to stay in a room together. Of course they were given the master bedroom, and inside the room there was a huge fluffy bed. Chen Yao looked at the bed and couldn't help but pout. Only one bed. Why don't you sleep on the floor then? I'll sleep on the bed. Yu Zhong chuckled as he took off his coat, revealing the body armor made of the Type 2 mutant black scaled boar's hide, and immediately sat on the bed. Being in such foreign places, Yu Zhong was always on the alert, and would not easily take off his protection. Chen Yao then crawled onto the bed, as she rested her cheeks on her hands, and she let out an incredibly attractive smile. You're so ungentlemanly. You want to let a beauty like me sleep on the floor? No way, why don't you sleep on the floor? Let me help you set the blanket down there. Yu Zhong immediately closed his eyes and laid on the bed. I'm going to sleep. Chen Yao came over to lightly nudge Yu Zhong, seeing there was no effect, and smiled. Rogue! After which, she laid quietly by Yu Zhong's side, and looked at his face. Only 2 to 3 hours had passed since she awoke from her evolution coma, and she was not in the least bit tired. However, as night had fallen, there was nothing to do, she could only look at him. Soon after, sound of moaning came from the rooms below, sounding in Chen Yao's ears, causing her to flush red, as she laid on the bed tossing and turning, not able to sleep. Wu Tungwen was hugging a long spear as he sat at the garden of the bungalow, keeping watch silently. There were no zombies in the vicinity, but they had to be on guard for any mutant beast. If there was no sentry, even a mutant cat could cause the survivors to perish at its hands. Pung! Pung! Following some gunshot sounds, the lock on the gate was shot. With a bang, the gate was kicked wide open. A few militants came rushing in, carrying guns. Who are you guys? Wu Tunwen saw these armed men with ferocious expressions, and he turned pale, his hands trembling as he was holding the spear, not daring to move. If he was not careful, he might just be executed on the spot. The leader of this squad shouted at Wu Tungwen, "We are the vanguard team of the great empire of Vietnam. Go bring out your food and women." Wu Tungwen's eyes lit up as he replied excitedly, "Sir, I want to report. There are 2 Chinese people who have run here, 1 man, 1 woman. The woman is extremely pretty." The officer's eyes brightened up as well and said, "Pretty Chinese woman? Hurry, bring us to her. We will go and capture her." "Yes," Wu Tungwen replied zealously, and led the few vanguard members of the great empire of Vietnam into the bungalow. The entire bungalow was soon filled with the astonished cries and moans of women. These vanguard members weren't decent men. The moment they rushed into the bungalow, it was to start raping the Vietnamese women. This was the power and authority they exploited and enjoyed by being vanguard members. The leader brought 7 soldiers and followed Wu Tungwen towards the room where Yu Zhong and Chen Yao were sleeping in. The moment things started happening within the bungalow, Yu Zhong had already opened his eyes wide with wariness. He heard the noises and he immediately picked up his 03 rifle and dark magic blade beside him. The black-toothed blade was over 2 m long, and not suitable for combat within this cramped room. Therefore, he had prepared a dark magic blade to keep by his side just in case. At this time, there was an urgent knocking on the door. At the same time, Ruan Chuanhua's anxious voice sounded out, "Lord Yu Zhong! Lord Yu Zhong, hurry, open the door. It's me, Ruan Chunhua." Yu Zhong gave a command to White Bones, who was standing at a corner like a gruesome decoration, and said, "Open it." White Bones went to open the door. Chapter 313. The Army of the Great Empire of Vietnam. Chapter 313. The Army of the Great Empire of Vietnam. Book 3, The South. The moment the door opened, Ruan Chunhua rushed in with an anxious look as she quickly called out, "Lord Yu Zhong! There are men rushing up below. They are the vanguard team of the Vietnam Army. They're here to capture you. Hurry and run." Yu Zhong looked behind Ruan Chunhua as he spoke mildly. "Nah, it's too late, they're here." Ruan Chunhua turned around, and her expression turned to fright as she saw Wu Tungwen leading the 8 soldiers from the vanguard team. Wu Tungwen had the cold look of a hunting viper as he stared at Yu Zhong and Chen Yao. The moment the leader of the vanguard saw Chen Yao, his eyes gleamed with an undisguised perverted glint as he licked his lips and laughed coldly. "What a pretty Chinese girl! I want to train her to become my bitch! Ha ha ha!" The other soldiers also had looks of desire on their face as they called out, "Captain! Before you train her to be a subservient bitch, Let us have fun with her as well. Yeah, Captain. Let us all have our turn. Captain. Let us play with her too. The 7 other soldiers had started hooting and calling out. They had never come across a beauty such as Chen Yao before. Chen Yao looked at the 8 men with their undisguised lust as she frowned and asked Ruan Chunhua, "What are they talking about?" Ruan Chunhua had hidden behind Yuzhong, as she translated the words of the vanguard team fearfully. Hearing it, Chen Yao's expression turned pale, and her eyes flashed with fury. Wu Tunwen pointed to Ruan Chunhua and he asked the leader, "Sir, can I keep her?" The leader replied lazily, "Sure, I can let you play with her a few times. However, unless you can obtain some merit, you shouldn't even think about owning her." "Thank you." Wu Tunwen bowed and thanked the officer for his graciousness, but as he straightened up, a gunshot rang out and his brains were drilled through and through. The bullet blasted out the wall and away as white bone flecks and red meaty brain flesh splattered against the wall. His lifeless corpse slowly collapsed to the floor with a look of surprise forever frozen on its face. Before the rest even reacted, Yuzhong was holding the stinger pistol. He coldly ordered White Bones, other than the leader, kill the rest. White Bones charged into the midst of the 8 warriors, and it raised its hands as 5 incredibly sharp spikes shot out. Each spike was expertly aimed and pierced the heads of 5 of the men. The spikes hit so hard that they ended up splitting their skulls clean open, and made their brains see through. Yuzhong lifted his .03 rifle, firing 2 shots with his enhanced accuracy, and the bullets landed on the heads of the remaining 2, causing their cranial sections to explode violently. In just an instant, 7 people had died under Yuzhong's hands, even before the officer managed to react. He was still trying to pull out the gun at his waist to counterattack. It was just that the moment he moved, Yuzhong had activated his Art of Fear skill, using a thick fearsome spirit wave to assault the mind of the officer, causing him to faint. Incredible! He's too amazing! Ruan Chunhua watched Yuzhong and White Bones slaughter the vanguard team with ease. They even ended up knocking a person out without even touching him, and she was so excited that her entire body felt a thrill, and she even got a little wet. This man in front of her was without a doubt an extremely strong enhancer, and she was terribly pleased to have made the right bet with him. Ruan Chunhua was an intelligent woman. Since she and her brother were at odds with the Vietnam Army, if they were brought back, they would definitely not receive a good ending. Therefore she chose to rely on this man who had managed to kill a horde of zombies without batting an eyelid. After once again looking at the corpses on the floor, she knew she had won her bet. "Tie him up." Yuzhong glanced at Ruan Chunhua, and threw a large coil of rope from his bag to her. "Yes, Lord." Ruan Chunhua replied with extreme reverence. She was now filled with admiration and idolization for Yuzhong. His show of strength was worthy of her utmost devotion now. *1. Ruan Chunhua quickly tied up the officer tightly. "Let's go." Yuzhong left White Bones to protect Ruan Chunhua, while he swiftly made his way downstairs with Chen Yao. At the moment, there was no one standing guard below. All the Vietnamese soldiers were on top of the local women, each one thrusting away profusely. The earlier gunshots above gave them the impression that the Chinese intruder must have been dealt with. They had inquired carefully, and confirmed that there was only a Chinese man up there. After all, they had 8 members who went up, and no one thought that it would be possible for a single Chinese male to take down 8 fully armed men. *2. Yuzhong immediately shuttled into the midst of the connected bodies. His hand was firmly grasping his dark magic blade as it flashed about. The heaving and grunting instantly grew quieter as several of the Vietnamese soldiers were decapitated. Their bodies collapsed and their necks sprayed fresh, hot blood onto the shocked women below them. "Ah!" One of the women saw the tumbling head, and let out a panicked scream. That shrill scream alerted the rest of the men who were still engaged in their rape of the other women, their gaze traveling towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed those 6 soldiers and coldly ordered, "Chen Yao, capture those 6 men alive." Yu Zan's abilities were focused on offense, hence his strength was extremely oppressive. For him, killing was easier than capturing. Chen Yao's ability was, on the other hand, infinitely more suited to capture. Receiving his order, Chen Yao activated her plant manipulation ability, and the seeds in her hands quickly grew out to become 6 long vines. She sent them snaking towards the 6 Vietnamese soldiers at a near lightning speed, tying them up efficiently. Yu Zhong continued advancing forward, putting on some speed. He shot through the different groups all about the different stories, decapitating any soldiers he came across. In his wake, fountains of blood appeared as numerous heads fell to the floor, and the crimson rain came down, dyeing the entire place blood-red. Yu Zhong was like a god of slaughter as he made his way throughout the bungalow, and pretty soon, the entire vanguard team was wiped out. The entire bungalow was filled with fresh corpses. It gave people a sense of dread. So strong. What a fearsome person. Fortunately, I did not offend him. Fan Tongxian had brought his 6 remaining male survivors over to help. As he saw the headless corpses lying around, and Yu Zhong wielding his dark magic blade, while not even looking out of breath, his heart was shaken. The great empire of Vietnam also needed to fill their ranks, so they had only tied up the male survivors, not killed them. Basically, they were bandits who also did not kill indiscriminately. Likewise, even some maniacal enhancers might not stoop so low as this. The 6 male survivors had pale faces as well, and as they looked at Yu Zhong, their gazes were filled with newfound respect and awe. The women who were raped had also recovered by this time. They did not have any dismal or heartbroken expressions though, instead they dragged the corpses outside and started to bury them. It was not that they were kind-hearted. Instead, if they did not dispose of these corpses properly, the scent of the blood could very well attract the unwanted attention of mutant beasts. Yu Zhong sat on a chair, and he looked at the 7 captives, asking coldly, "Who are you guys?" Ruan Chuhuan stood at the side and translated, conveying Yu Zhong's and the captives' intentions back and forth. "Pay! Fuck your mother! You Chinese dog!" One of the captives glared at Yu Zhong with a searing gaze. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with iciness as he gave an order, "What a tough nut! Then, you shall taste the punishment of having a broken back. White Bones, break his waist." White Bones immediately swung its axe, and chopped the captive in 2 at the waist. "Ah!" The captive immediately screamed out loud in soul-wrenching anguish, as his innards and blood all splattered out. He didn't die at first, instead he continued to struggle in agonizing pain, holding in his intestines, until he died miserably in front of everyone present. Chopping a person in 2 was definitely one of the most cruel forms of punishment in human society, and could allow the person receiving the punishment to feel the maximum amount of pain. Seeing the agonized expression on their comrade as he died, the rest of the captives had a look of fear in their eyes. The rest of the inhabitants and Fan Tongxian also looked at Yu Zhong with fear. In their eyes, Yu Zhong had suddenly transformed from that amiable strong enhancer to a ruthless killing demon. Yu Zhong eyed the rest of the trembling soldiers, and he immediately pointed to the one who was shaking the most and spoke. "Who are you guys? You. Speak." The moment the soldier saw Yu Zhong pointing at him, his face turned ashen and he quickly blurted out, "I'll speak! I'll speak!" Right beside that softy, another Vietnamese soldier immediately reprimanded him fiercely. "Wu Tan Tong! You traitor! You traitor!" Yu Zhong waved his hands, White Bones immediately shot out a bone blade, and chopped the soldier who had verbally lashed out. The attack split his head in half, and spilled its contents on the floor with a plop. Seeing this terrifying scene, the weakling male broke down completely as he cried, "Lord! Don't kill me! I'll speak! I'll tell you everything." Following this, Wu Tong told Yu Zhong all he knew. This vanguard team was one of the small teams deployed by the Vietnam Army towards Lang Son City to find survivors. At the same time, they were to gather intel. When Wuyen Hong had attacked Friendship Town, he had captured many Chinese survivors along the way. He was a racist through and kept them all as his personal slave. At the same time, he was starting to lack manpower for his army, the government as well as factories. Thus, he had sent out teams towards Lang Son City to gather survivors and attract Vietnamese into his stronghold. From Wu Tong, Yu Zhong gained important information about Wuyen Hong's troops. Chapter 314 A Sneak Attack. Chapter 314 A Sneak Attack. Book 3 The South. Wuyen Hong's great empire of Vietnam Army had a total of 14 battalions, numbering 7,000 soldiers. At the same time, the current number of survivors under his banner had reached 50,000, instead of the 30,000 that Fan Tongxian said. During the period of Ruan Mingho and Ruan Chuanhua's escape, Wuyen Hong had launched many successful campaigns on various small survivor establishments, absorbing them into his own power, expanding and gaining more manpower. Other than that, there wasn't only Wuyen Hong's power in this region, but many other powerful factions standing toe-to-toe with each other. In the direction of Gaoping City, there was a Vietnamese called Li Guangyi who had raised a Vietnam revival army. It was a stronghold with over tens of thousands of survivors as well. In the direction of Taiyuan City, there was a faction calling themselves the Vietnamese People's Army. And in the direction of Mong Khai City, there was a faction called the Mong Khai Revival Party. These were all strongholds with over 10,000 survivors within them. Other than these major factions, there were countless other smaller powers as numerous as raindrops scattered throughout Vietnam now, and the power conflict was extremely complicated. It was almost as problematic as China now. Wuyen Hong knew about the existence of these factions because of radio. However, due to the roads being unsuitable, these powers had refrained from engaging in all-out firefights, choosing instead to focus on swallowing smaller powers and expanding their own reach. Amongst them, Gaoping City's Vietnam Revival Army and Taiyuan City's Vietnamese People's Army had expanded till they had come across areas under Wuyen Hong's control. Both sides have engaged in a few firefights, testing each other's strength. After losing resources over such tests, all three parties had sent out negotiators and men to engage in a meeting and negotiation, finally coming to an agreement of an alliance. After all, they were all Vietnamese, and there wasn't any form of blood debt between any of them. At the moment, they did not fully join each other, due to the differences in strength. As long as their power distribution reached a similar level amongst one another, the group would become a terrifying existence. As long as these three Vietnamese forces worked together, they would become a powerful and tyrannical force in this post-apocalyptic times. Hearing Wu Tong's information, Yu Zhong's heart fell. As long as those three worked together, it was going to bad news. Especially since amongst the three of them, Wuyen Hong was such a racist. If he became the leader of the three powers, to the Chinese in this post-apocalyptic times, it was going to be a disaster. As long as a racist became the leader of a large power, to those who are subjected to his or her views, it would be a nightmare. The events of World War II due to Hitler's views and actions had proven it to be such a case. Yu Zhong frowned as he pondered a while, before he looked at Wu Tong. He threw a tang blade in front of him, pointing to the captain of the squad and ordered, "Go chop his head off. As long as you're my underling, you won't die. If he doesn't die, you'll have to." Since Wu Tong had already given in once, his situation could not be salvaged. He took up the tang replica sword, and his eyes flashed with fierceness, before he screamed angrily and lopped the head of the captain off. He picked up the bloody head and he kneeled in front of Yu Zhong. "Your subordinate is willing to fight for you. Yu Zhong nodded his head as his gaze traveled to Fan Tongxian. Fan Tongxian, if you want to rely on me, kill this man. As long as you kill him, you will receive my protection. Fan Tongxian hesitated a while, as he thought back to Yu Zhong's ruthless and vicious methods, before he received the Tang replica sword from Wutan Tong's hands. He immediately swung down on another captive, before turning around to proclaim loudly, "Lord Yu Zhong, I'm willing to serve you." Yu Zhong saw that Wutan Tong and Fan Tongxian had both submitted to him, before he faced Chen Yao, who was standing beside him, asking, "Chen Yao, I'm going to go and raid Wian Hong's establishment. Are you going to come with me or stay here?" Chen looked at Yu Zhong, her eyes flashing with a resolute glint. "I'm coming with you." Yu Zhong pointed to another captive, saying, "If you want to come, kill this man." Chen Yao had been under Ji Qingwu's protection all this while, and had not actually tasted any hardship. While she did kill a number of zombies and mutant beasts under Yu Zhong's guidance, she had not yet killed another person. Without experiencing it first, she would never be able to grow into a proper combatant. The soldier who was pointed at by Yu Zhong immediately wailed, "No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! I'm willing to surrender!" Just now, those captives had seen it plainly for themselves. Whoever was pointed at would soon become a corpse. This led them to be filled with fear. Chen Yao's face went white as she looked at the captive, and a hint of reluctance showed in her eyes. She hesitated a while, but in the end, she still activated her plant manipulation ability, and the vine shot out to pierce his brain, nailing him to the ground. He was dead. Chen Yao looked at the miserable plight of the captive, and she immediately felt nauseous. As she turned around to vomit, her face ashen. Although she had seen countless deaths, it was the first time she actually killed someone with her own hands. The remaining captives were then killed by the other survivors under Fan Tongxian as a form of guarantee of their subservience. Yu Zhong brought out the equipments worn by the vanguard team and handed them out to the few survivors. "These are your weapons." Even Ruan Chunhua got a handgun and rifle. Fan Tongxian and those who got guns were extremely excited, as they played around with the guns in their hands. In this post-apocalyptic world, guns represented power. There were many who dreamt of owning a gun. As for those who did not get any guns, they looked on enviously at Fan Tongxian and the rest, their eyes filled with jealousy. Oh, how they regretted not killing the captives to prove their worth earlier. After distributing the guns, Yu Zhong brought Wutan Tong, Chen Yao and White Bones as the four of them disappeared into the darkness. Conducting military operations in the dark of the night was one of the most dangerous things one could do. However, to Yu Zhong, who possessed the night enhancement ability, it was the best cover. Wutan Tong pointed to a small camp that was lit up amidst the huge blanket of darkness and spoke, "That's the camp of the vanguard teams. There is a battalion currently resting inside. Lord Yu Zhong, are you really going to go? There's a battalion there, you know." Yu Zhong looked into the distance and saw the small town and the small group of patrol men currently outside. Yu Zhong eyed Wutan Tong and said indifferently, "Your task is completed. Wutan Tong, stay here and wait for my victorious return. Of course, you can choose to escape as well, but if you escape, you better not let me see you again, otherwise it will be your death the moment I catch sight of you." As Yu Zhong wanted to launch a sneak attack on Wian Hong's establishment, he naturally would not bring along this unstable factor who had just joined him. If he had to use this person who had just recently betrayed his own force, who's to say if he would suddenly shout loudly during the ambush? Then that would be even more troublesome. Wutan Tong's eyes flashed with understanding as he lowered his head respectfully. "Yes, Lord. I will not run." Although Wutan Tong did not feel that Yu Zhong would be successful, he did not wish to infuriate this exceptionally strong person. After all, his own life was the most important to him. Yu Zhong observed the small town for a while, before bringing White Bones and Chen Yao towards it. This vanguard camp could still be considered to have some tricks up their sleeves. They had 20 hidden sentries around, and their position was quite secretive. Furthermore, it was in the middle of the dark, so few enhancers would be able to detect it. However, all these were nothing to Yu Zhong, who had the Night Enhancement ability. He could clearly detect the positions of the hidden sentries, as he went around silently beheading each of them. After he took care of those sentries, Yu Zhong, Chen Yao and White Bones walked carefully towards the entrance of the town. At the entrance, there were currently 4 soldiers standing guard there, while 2 others were playing poker. Atop 2 high watchtowers, there were also Vietnamese soldiers looking around their surroundings in a bored manner. No one thought that they would be attacked, and they were more worried about the fearsome mutant beast. Yu Zhong pointed at the soldiers atop the 2 watchtowers. The distance between him and them was about 700 m. He could use his devil fire to burn them, but it would cause a huge disturbance. Chen Yao nodded, and activated her plant manipulation ability, as her vines noiselessly shot towards the entrance using the grass as cover. The 8 soldiers did not even notice a thing, as the 8 vines had already creeped up near them silently. Chen Yao looked at the 2 soldiers atop the watchtower, and with just a thought, they shot upwards explosively like 2 arrows and pierced the soldiers' heads, causing them to die on the spot. After assassinating them, Chen Yao shifted her gaze, and with another thought, the remaining 6 vines shot towards the 6 soldiers located on the ground. Of the 6 vines, 3 immediately penetrated the brains of the soldiers, causing them to die without a sound. The remaining 3 vines did not kill the other 3, as Chen Yao's control over her ability was not yet polished. Seeing that the 3 soldiers were about to shout out in their moments of death, 3 sharp-boned spears shot out from the grass, causing their heads to be lopped off. Chapter 3:15 Sneaking into Town. Chapter 3:15 is Sneaking into Town. Book 3, The South. I'm sorry. Chen Yao quickly apologized to Yu Zhong in a small voice. She did not manage to kill off the 6 of them in one fell swoop, and it almost cost them the entire operation. A sneak raid and a frontal assault were 2 entirely different battles. Yu Zhong could wipe the entire battalion out in a sneak attack, but in a frontal assault, they could only quickly leave the place. Yu Zhong smiled and consoled her. No need to apologize. You already performed well. When you killed those soldiers in the watchtower, you had already completed your objective. Chen Yao was still inexperienced in battle. Doing this much was considered pretty decent. Yu Zhong had already made plenty of preparations, getting White Bones to clean up what she might miss. As for himself, he was saving his strength to deal with any serious situation that might crop up. Let's go! Yu Zhong swiftly rushed into the entrance of the town. The defense of the town was tight on the outside, but slack inside. The moment Yu Zhong entered the town, he, Chen Yao and White Bones quickly followed the small path leading towards the center of the town. Wutan Tong had already given the details about the layout and manpower distribution to Yu Zhong beforehand, as well as a crude map. Yu Zhong simply followed the map and arrived at one of the camps pretty quickly. Only, he discovered that within the camp, the lights were all lit, and there were sounds of men shouting in delight while women were crying and moaning filled the skies. Yu Zhong looked out from the corner of a small alley, and saw that there was a wide open space, and there were many women sprawled on the ground like dogs, as a bunch of Vietnamese soldiers were surrounding the campfire and hooting in excitement and delight, raping the women in all sorts of ways and manner. There was a Vietnamese who was riding on top of a woman, using his shoes to whip the lady, causing her to crawl forward and crying out desperately, "Don't hit me! Please stop hitting me!" Yu Zhong's vision was exceptionally accurate, and he could see that the woman was riddled with scars throughout her body. At the same time, her lower body was bleeding for some reason. The surrounding Vietnamese soldiers looked on and laughed loudly, finding it funny. After losing all sense of moral values and discipline, these Vietnamese soldiers became like beasts. Just like the Indonesians during the '98 riot, where countless frenzied Indonesians went on a rampage. Chen Yao saw the scene, and her heart was filled with fury, and she gritted her teeth. She almost rushed out to slaughter those Vietnamese soldiers and instead spat out a word with intense disgust. Beasts! Yu Zhong's eyes were filled with an consuming anger as well, because he could hear the words of the woman who was being tortured by the Vietnamese soldier, and she was speaking in Chinese. These beasts were actually raping his fellow countrymen. Yu Zhong breathed in deeply before grabbing Chen Yao's hands. These beasts will be punished by me personally later. Let's bear with this for now. Heed my command. Chen Yao nodded while still gritting her teeth. She was an intelligent girl, and knew that with just the two of them, they're not a match for these Vietnamese soldiers, therefore they had to tolerate it. Right at this moment, the woman who was treated like a sex horse suddenly shuddered, and she fell to the ground. Her weak body had obviously given way due to the torture and could not bear the load anymore. The soldier who was mounted atop her also fell to the ground, leading the other soldiers to roar with laughter at his misfortune. The Vietnamese soldier was enraged, as he immediately pulled out a handgun and opened fire at the unfortunate woman. With a bang, the Chinese lady was executed at point-blank range after such torture, simply because he was laughed at. As she died, her lifeless body slumped to the floor. Seeing such a merciless scene, Chen Yao's pale face started to flush red with fury, as she grabbed Yu Zhong's hands tightly, her entire body trembling with rage. Even though she had seen so much darkness and cruelty, she still could not get used to it. Yu Zhong pulled Chen Yao's hands as they swiftly left, making their way towards the dormitories. Soon, Yu Zhong, Chen Yao and White Bones came to a room where there were Vietnamese soldiers sleeping. Yu Zhong activated the devil flame with his right hand, causing the door knob to melt. He quietly pushed the door open, before swiftly and expertly waving his dark magic blade, decapitating the soldiers who were laying down slumbering. It was already late in the night, and other than those engaging in their rave at the open area, the rest of the soldiers were already sleeping or resting. Without a sound, 320 soldiers were beheaded by Yu Zhong and White Bones in a matter of minutes, turning into a dormitory of headless corpses. After killing all those Vietnamese soldiers who were sleeping, Yu Zhong ordered White Bones to stay behind to take care of those who would come back later, as he himself brought Chen Yao and left towards the armory. The firepower of an army was the most important thing during a battle. With ample ammunition, Yu Zhong would be able to deal at least twice the amount of damage and hold out longer on the battlefield. With his level 6 treasure storage ring, he could only keep those of use, and it was one of his trump cards. Yu Zhong and Chen Yao quickly came to the room in front of the armory. Chen Yao looked at the huge lock on the doors, as she activated her plant manipulation ability, and the thin vines shot into the lock, shaking it open. Chen Yao's ability enabled her to be versatile in many different situations, and her ability could be considered extremely useful. Yu Zhong's devil flame was concentrated on offensive power and was extremely tyrannical. Likewise, its defensive and other properties were lacking. Yu Zhong pushed open the door into the armory, and saw the countless rows of guns displayed neatly. Amongst the weapons in the armory, there were plenty of Chinese AK-47s, which were lethal on the battlefield. These AK-47s were extremely stable, and were well suited for battle in Vietnam, which had plenty of loose ground and mud. Other than the famous AK-47s, there were various other Russian and American heavy-duty rifles. Putting aside these assault rifles, the armory was filled with plenty of sniping rifles and grenade launchers. Amongst them, there were even 3 Barrett snipers. Vietnam had been purchasing firearms and ammunition in the recent years. Although their military equipment was still a distance away from other domestic forces, it wasn't to a point where it's incomparable. Yu Zhong went ahead and kept the sniper rifles, the grenade launchers and other heavy firearms, as well as 200 AK-47 rifles into his storage ring, before he looked back at the remainder and hesitated. In the end, he did not activate his devil flame to burn everything down. Yuzhong and Chen Yao quickly opened another ammunition store. Within it, Yuzhong did not discover any ammo for the PF-98, but he found loads of other types of ammo, including hand grenades, and even some other rockets. Yuzhong made full use of his storage ring as he absorbed all that he wanted into the ring, packing it fully. After he replenished the ammo within his ring, he held his dark magic blade in one hand and an 03 rifle in the other as he and Chen Yao continued advancing in the dark of the night. With the flash of his blade, 2 sentries standing guard in front of a prison crumpled to the floor noiselessly. The prison was in fact just a huge warehouse. After Yuzhong killed the Vietnamese soldiers in front of the warehouse, he hacked the door lock open with just a swing of his dark magic blade, and pushed the door wide open. The moment the door was opened, a rank smell consisting of human sweat, feces, urine and even blood that would cause anybody to vomit violently wafted out the door. Yuzhong looked into the warehouse, only to see that the warehouse actually looked cramped because it was actually filled with over 200 Chinese, Caucasians and Africans. These Chinese, Caucasians and Africans were all riddled with scars, their bodies emaciated, and some had even been tortured till there's hardly any skin left. Their bones could be seen, and their entire bodies had become deformed. The moment the door was opened, the people inside fell numbly to the floor, some not even getting up. A portion looked at Yuzhong fearfully, unsure of who was going to be pulled out next, to be tortured till death. Yuzhong looked at these 200 survivors who had suffered greatly, as he suppressed the fury billowing within him with difficulty and said, "I am Yuzhong from China. Whoever is willing to go kill those Vietnamese beasts, come with me." Hearing those words, the Chinese within the warehouse started tearing up, as their eyes flashed with a desire for revenge, and some started to walk out shakily like zombies. Some could not stand, but they used their hands to support themselves as they dragged their bodies towards Yuzhong. Even the Africans and Caucasians used all their energy to climb towards Yuzhong. Nguyen Hong pursued a policy of extreme nationalism. Other than Vietnamese, all other people who were caught were treated like slaves and tortured. All these people had to eat was grub for pigs. They could only drink urine and dirty water. Their eating, drinking and even their business was all done within the confines of this warehouse. Adding to the heavy labor, these survivors' health was on the verge of collapsing. Because of this armory only had 2 soldiers to keep watch. Those 200 over survivors were basically living corpses, and they would not be able to put up a fight against anybody. Everybody gets one. No fighting over it. Yuzhong looked at those emaciated survivors, as he brought out his huge backpack, taking out cans of Type 2 mutant beast meat and distributed them. If these emaciated survivors didn't regain their health, then they would just be a burden to Yuzhong, and would be of no use in the battle to come. Chapter 316 Survival. Chapter 316 A Survival. Book 3 The South. The survivors each took a can of Type 2 meat, as their grimy hands trembled and greedily stuffed it into their mouths. They were famished, and the only thing on their minds right now was to consume that can of Type 2 mutant beast meat. Upon consuming the meat, the survivors regained a bit of health, and their ashen faces regained some color. One tan-skinned, scar-ridden military man with a blind left eye stepped up, his gaze full of vengeance, as he talked in a raspy voice. "I'm Gon Tao, the squad leader of XX Army XX Battalion 3rd Company 4th Platoon. Yuzhong, as long as you can bring us to kill those Vietnamese beasts, the entire 4th Platoon brothers will give you our lives. All 12 of us." One by one, a few withered-looking men with a burning hatred in their eyes stood up behind Gon Tao, their expectant gazes on Yuzhong. They had grown desperate and desolate, and Yu Zhong had suddenly appeared in front of them, bringing with him a glimmer of hope. As long as they could kill those Vietnamese soldiers, they were willing to pay any price. Yu Zhong eyed the 200 survivors as he frowned and asked, "Amongst you, who can operate a firearm right now and engage in battle?" Yu Zhong had planned to free the captives, and make use of the firearms and ammunition he took from the armory to arm the captives. It seemed as though right now, even making use of 20 of them was the best-case scenario. The survivors' eyes were filled with fury and vengeance, as a few of them raised up their bony arms, some even had deformed hands, looking towards Yu Zhong expectantly. These 200 survivors had suffered greatly, and desired battle now, to make those who humiliated and tortured them pay. Yu Zhong left the warehouse and came back with 2 huge bags, one of them stuffed with guns and another with bullets. "What's your name?" Yu Zhong pointed to a man with 2 deep scars on his face, his figure a little on the skinny side, and asked. The man with the face of scars, who was Chinese, replied, "I'm called Zhao Qing." Yu Zhong stared at Zhao Qing and replied in a heavy voice, "From now on, you're the temporary leader of this warehouse. I need you to stand guard here and protect the rest of them, all the way till the battle is over. Any questions? I will leave you with 20 AKs and 600 bullets." Even after consuming the Type 2 mutant beast meat, those who were tortured heavily could not possibly regain their full vitality and be robust in just a short while. Yu Zhong looked around and estimated that about 30 of them regained their health to an acceptable level for combat after the nourishment of the Type 2 meat, which was to say that the majority of the prisoners could not stray too far from the warehouse currently, nor were they in a position to fight. If these 200 survivors were to regain their health, they could become loyal subordinates to Yu Zhong and a trustworthy and usable force. Zhao Qing grinned. "Boss Yu, rest assured, as long as I'm alive, I will not allow those Vietnam dogs to enter this warehouse." Yu Zhong nodded slightly and left 20 AKs and 600 bullets to Zhao Qing, before taking Gong Tao and 25 other survivors who could move and fight as they made their way out. As they passed the ammo store and armory, Yu Zhong left another 10 of the weaker soldiers to guard these 2 important places. As long as they can maintain control over these 2 buildings, Yu Zhong could fully equip and arm those 200 survivors and boost their combat ability. After finishing these preparations, Yu Zhong brought the remaining 16 warriors towards the open square, and they made their way there carefully. Currently, at the open square, a group of 100-plus Vietnamese soldiers were still engaged in a crazy party, unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. The cries and moans of the women and the hearty laughter and grunts of the men filled the entire square. With just a thought, Yu Zhong summoned White Bones from out of nowhere, as he pointed to the Vietnam soldiers and gave the order coldly, "Kill every single man there." Receiving Yu Zhong's orders, White Bones charged forwards like a tornado towards the Vietnamese soldiers. White Bones had a speed that surpassed that of a normal human being by a few times, so the moment it exerted all its strength, crossing a 100 meters only took a few seconds. Before those Vietnamese soldiers even had the chance to react, White Bones had already raised its right arm and 5 incredibly sharp bone spikes shot out. The expertly aimed spikes pierced through the heads of the intended soldiers like white lightning. At the same time, Chen Yao had already manipulated her vines to shoot out, wrapping around the necks of 5 Vietnamese soldiers before wrangling them hard, killing those soldiers. Yu Zhong had taken out his .05 submachine gun and charged towards where the Vietnamese soldiers were heavily concentrated as he used the old spray and pray method. Under the barrage of the bullets, 10 of them were hit by the bullets, 3 dying instantly, and the other 7 falling to the ground. The remainder were heavily wounded but not yet dead. Gong Tao and his other mates ignored the weaknesses of their bodies as they fired continuously, shooting at the Vietnamese soldiers. Those Vietnamese soldiers were sitting around the campfire, and as they were illuminated brightly, they became easy targets, being shot at by Gong Tao and the rest. When they were suddenly ambushed by Yu Zhong and the rest, a large number of them perished in the first wave of lead. Somehow the rest reacted quickly, as they hollered and ran about, looking for cover. Some of the Vietnamese soldiers immediately grabbed up their guns and shot towards the darkness, providing some suppressing fire against Yu Zhong's group. Other than that, more soldiers were starting to take up arms, as they started to attack the lone axe-wielding White Bones who had charged into their midst. A large number of the bullets bounced off when they hit White Bones' body. It was like a killing machine, one hand wielding its axe, the other shooting out bone spears every which direction. Its mighty axe swings beheaded soldiers left, right, and center, each one spraying fresh blood into the air and puddling on the floor. No one could defend against it, and accordingly, no one could even impede its movements. Seeing that their bullets were ineffective and their friends dying miserably, the remaining soldiers lost their morale, and they started to escape in various directions. White Bones shot forward, killing those who wanted to try and escape. Every second there was a soldier that was felled by White Bones' axe. Gong Tao brought his men to give chase, but he had just stood up before he felt dizzy and fell to the ground again. The Type 2 meat had helped him regain some energy, but it could not support his continuous battle. "You guys stay here. I'll go take care of them. Chen Yao, go gather the women and equipment." Yu Zhong eyed Gong Tao and the rest as he left his customary few words before making his way out. Those women who were tortured miserably could still get their share of food, hence they weren't as emaciated as Gong Tao and the rest of the male survivors whose bodies were almost completely broken. After handing them some rations, they would regain some form of fighting ability. And while Gong Tao and the soldiers had no energy to give chase, they could still operate their firearms, therefore Yu Zhong was not worried about their safety. Chen Yao quickly went to the open square and gathered the women to safety after Yu Zhong left. In the square there were over 80 women, every one of them had extremely dirty bodies and a nasty body odor. When Chen Yao had approached them and said that they were being rescued, every single one of them started crying tears of relief. They had been tortured and raped until they were devoid of all dignity, and had suffered greatly. Now they were finally free from the nightmare. What a pity! There's not enough manpower. Some were actually allowed to escape. Yu Zhong shot the last one, an escaping Vietnamese soldier who was within his sights, as he frowned. With just Yu Zhong and White Bones, they had killed over 20 soldiers who had escaped, but there were some who had long escaped into the darkness, hiding in goodness knows what places. By this time, the entire town had awoken due to the sounds of gunfire. It turns out there were actually 2,000 Vietnamese survivors, and they started engaging in riots, murder, rape, and robbery. Regardless of the country, the events that occurred due to chaos would always be the same. Yu Zhong instantly executed a dozen of those troublemakers as he shouted, "Get lost back into your own house, there is a curfew now. Whoever is seen outside their houses will be shot dead." Yu Zhong was speaking in Chinese, and most of the Vietnamese did not understand. However, as he walked towards them, he was constantly executing those Vietnamese who were causing trouble. Seeing this, they understood his meaning, and many of them hurried back into their own homes, while looking at the killing demon that was Yu Zhong as they trembled in fear. Yu Zhong and White Bones went around executing the remaining Vietnamese soldiers and any other troublemakers for the next 3 hours like some kind of apocalyptic grim reapers, and after the deaths of nearly 200 other people, did the chaos in the town mellow and peace settled in again. Pity! I still don't have enough manpower. If only I had more men, controlling this town would be a piece of cake. Yu Zhong casually whipped his gun backwards over his shoulder and shot a rioter in the head, as he thought to himself while full of regret. *1. By this time, the town had fallen back into its normal routine as though nothing had happened. However, Yu Zhong was very clear, if he didn't do anything, this town would be snatched back by Wuyen Hong again. He had successfully eradicated an entire battalion of Wianhongs, but to deal with his total troop size of over 14 battalions, he alone was not enough. Chapter 317, Moving Forward. Chapter 317, Moving Forward. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong and White Bones came back to Chen Yao with their bodies covered in blood, as Yu Zhong spoke sternly. Chen Yao, I'm handing this town to you. I'll give you 1 day. I need you to completely control this town in 1 day. Make sure that all the Chinese regain their vitality. Can you do this? The current 200 prisoners that were mostly made up of Chinese were extremely weak. Even after wolfing down the Type 2 meat, they still required a day's rest to recover. Without a whole day's rest, they would not be able to embark on any journey. In fact, they might just perish along the way. Chen Yao's eyes flashed as she spoke resolutely. No problem. Yu Zhong, set your mind at ease. I will take care of this town properly. After going through such tempering, Chen Yao was starting to grow quickly. She was already intelligent in the first place, and had the talents and ability. However, she had always been focused on chasing after being more glorious than Ji Qingwu. During the post-apocalypse, her combat ability had been subpar, and she was even overshadowed by Ji Qingwu. Now that she was forced by circumstances, her latent ability had showed itself. Chen Yao looked at Yu Zhong and asked, "Where are you going?" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he replied, "I'm going to go carve a new hole in that Vietnamese beast Wianhong and attract their attention, buying some time for the people here to recover." Time. What Yu Zhong and the rest needed now was time. Without enough time to rest, those prisoners in the warehouse would be unable to recover their fighting strength, and just based on Yu Zhong and Chen Yao, they would be unable to take on Wianhong's army. Yu Zhong had to buy some time and obtain even more strength. Yu Zhong looked to his left and right, and ensured that there was nobody, before he lowered his head to Chen Yao's ear and whispered, "I will leave White Bones to protect you. If things get to a non-salvageable state, abandon everyone and leave by yourself." Yu Zhong was after all not a saint. He had his own motives as well. Those 200 survivors that he rescued could not be compared to Chen Yao. If he had to make the decision to sacrifice, he would not hesitate to exchange the lives of those 200 survivors for Chen Yao. And, I know, but Yu Zhong, you should take White Bones with you. You alone having to deal with Wianhong and the rest of those animals will definitely be tiring. Chen Yao's hearts filled with sweetness when she heard Yu Zhong's words, and she replied in a soft voice, "Don't you worry about me, you just have to control this town." Yu Zhong smiled, and he hopped on a motorbike and made for the closest town that Wianhong also controlled, Qingya County. The Qingya County was the main base of Wianhong, housing 50,000 survivors and 12 battalions. Also, the Special Wolf Fang Battalion consisting entirely of enhancers can be found there. The Wolf Fang Battalion was like Yu Zhong's own special combat forces. They all possessed special abilities, each of them having undergone countless battles. They possessed shocking combat prowess, and Yu Zhong did not dare say that he could take on any single one of them easily. "This is gonna be tricky. Should I just charge in?" Yu Zhong laid prone atop a small mountain, as he looked at the county in the distance, his brows furrowing. It was now dawn, and the entrance of the county had signs of people traveling in and out, hence it wasn't the best time to launch a sneak attack. Without the cover of the night, Yu Zhong would find it hard to launch an attack and wipe out a battalion. Also, the county had some defensive walls that was constructed. As long as the people in the city closed the city gates, anyone who charged in would find themselves trapped. Regardless of how strong the expert may be, being surrounded by the soldiers would only spell death. Right at this time, a short man came running towards the city gates with an inhumane speed. Chasing behind that man closely was an alarming number of mutant forest lizards. Level 21 mutant beast, mutant forest lizard. They possess a tough hide and quick speed. At the same time, their bite contains bacteria. If one gets bitten, there's a high chance of dying due to falling ill. Seeing the huge group of mutant forest lizards coming towards them, the Vietnamese were all frightened, as they couldn't help but curse and tried to escape back towards the city. Although the city walls could not defend against an assault from modern weaponry, it was extremely effective against mutant beasts and zombies. Therefore, most major powers would construct such defenses that were abandoned with the passing of centuries. They all built walls on the outskirts of their cities. One Vietnamese soldier came to the top of the city gates, and he used his gun to fire at the man who had attracted the horde of mutant forest lizards over here, intending to kill him and hopefully stop the lizard's charge. However, the man in question was extremely nimble, dodging the bullets fired at him easily, causing most of the bullets to miss by huge margins. This man must be an agility-based evolver, and he must have the danger perception ability. Yu Zhong eyed the man and managed to evaluate some information from him, as he immediately pulled out his Barrett sniper and fired a shot at the Vietnamese soldier. The enemy of his enemy was an ally, and since the Vietnamese was firing at a human, Yu Zhong felt that he had to save him. With a purring, the Vietnamese soldier's head exploded as he fell from the city walls. Seeing their comrade dying from a headshot, the rest of the Vietnamese soldiers started to panic, as they hid behind their walls for cover. Above the wall, there were still a few other soldiers firing non-stop at the man. The man continued to increase his speed, accelerating by another 30%, as he dodged the bullets and threw 3 lizard eggs at the city gates, causing them to burst open. After which, the man swiftly zipped off into a nearby forest, and disappeared without a trace in just a few moments. When those lizard eggs broke, the huge horde of mutant forest lizards were enraged, as they charged at the city entrance that was filled with many people. The soldiers above the city walls started focusing their fire on the mutant forest lizards in a frenzy, and a hot leaden hail of bullets rained onto those mutant forest lizards, creating countless bloody wounds. Unfortunately, since these mutant forest lizards were level 21, the bullets could not deal much damage to them after penetrating their outer hide. Unless it was a shot to the head, these mutant forest lizards would not die so easily. Instead, they became even more infuriated, and rushed towards the city entrance and started biting the Vietnamese people. Those Vietnamese survivors who were bitten cried out in agony, as they were chomped on by the mutant forest lizards, and even more lizards leapt and slammed their bodies down on them, pinning the soldiers to the ground. The mutant forest lizards were extremely ferocious. After charging into the city entrance, they started embarking on a killing spree within the walls. Right at this time, the city gates suddenly started to close, sealing off the entire city. Those mutant forest lizards that were halfway through the city gates were immediately vivisected in two. Above the walls, the soldiers continued to fire rapidly at the remaining mutant forest lizards, hunting them down one by one. The total number of mutant forest lizards were about 1,000, and under the hail of bullets, they began to be felled one by one. Below, no matter how they charged at the walls, there was no effect. They had to leave helplessly. When those mutant forest lizards had assaulted the city, Yu Zhong had sniped 3 of the Vietnamese soldiers, causing the soldiers to not dare stick their heads out. Not even a few moments passed after the deaths of those mutant forest lizards when a dense flock of mutant birds the size of wild chickens, all with black feathers, flew over. Half the flock flew to the city entrance and started to feast on the corpses of both the mutant forest lizards and humans, and the other half went into the city and started attacking the inhabitants of the city. Level 14 Mutant Beast, Corpse-Eating Sparrow. A mutant beast that chases after the scent of blood and food in flocks. Almost immediately, the sounds of concentrated firing resounded out from the city walls, as the anti-air guns started spewing bullet fire, causing a large number of the corpse-eating sparrows to be shot down from the skies. However, those machine guns could not possibly protect the entire city, and within the city, there were many survivors who were speared and pecked on the heads by the corpse-eating sparrows, dying on the spot. The soldiers who were bending down on top of the walls could not deal with those corpse-eating sparrows, as the moment they stood up, they would be sniped by Yu Zhong. After sniping another 2 members of the Vietnamese soldiers very casually, he suddenly felt an intense gaze locked on him. Looking towards the source of it, he could see a 31-year-old male bringing out 50-plus members decked in military garb, every single one of them emitting a fierce aura with killing intent looking at him. The Wolf Fong Battalion? They're indeed experts. Yu Zhong only took a look at those 50 men, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, as he could feel the fearsome strength of the group. They were definitely enhancers who had gone through countless battles, and not a single one of them could be said to be weaker than his own special combat forces. In these parts of Vietnam, there were forests and swamps everywhere, hiding all sorts of mutant beasts. As long as one was willing to forge his subordinates through countless fighting with these mutant beasts, a power faction could quickly groom a few high-leveled enhancers. The only downside to this method was that, the moment one got unlucky, a huge number of elites might perish at the hands of a Type 2. Nguyen Hong had made use of this method, after paying the price of over 2,000 survivors. With this vile method, he formed this Wolf Fong Battalion of not more than 100 people, each one of them above level 30. Every single Wolf Fong soldier was an expert in the forest, and had killed countless mutant beasts, their power shocking to the extreme. Chapter 3:18 Fighting for One's Life. Chapter 3:18 Fighting for One's Life. Book 3, The South. Just as Yu Zhong caught sight of the Wolf Fong Battalion, he suddenly felt an intense danger, as he immediately dodged to the side, and out of their sights. Pung! Pung! Following the sounds of 6 gunshots, 6 bullets landed on Yu Zhong's original position. These were bullets fired by the snipers of the Wolf Fong Battalion hidden away from plain sight. If he had reacted just a little slower, he would have likely been shot dead. The commander of the Wolf Fong Battalion, Wu Dehui, looked to his short comrade of not more than 1.5 beside him and asked, "Chong Xian, did you manage to memorize his features? What's his background?" Chong Xian possessed an eidetic memory, and he had the active ability, God's Eyes. The moment he activated this skill, within his field of vision, he could see up to a distance of 6 kilometers, even something as small as a single needle on the ground. Chong Xian nodded. "I have already memorized his features. However, he's not any of the enhancers we have encountered before." Wu Dehui ordered 7 of his subordinates, De Yang, Chong Xian, Yu Qing, Long Feng, Ma Huijia, Li Bingyan and Wang Man. "The 7 of you shall go and get rid of that sniper." These 7 soldiers were all enhancers above level 30, and every one of them had their own killing moves. Just by teaming up, they could even easily dispose of a level 40 enhancer. Furthermore, Chong Xian had the rare ability, Pursuit. As long as he can remember the features, when he activated the skill, as long as the target was within a range of 5 kilometers, he could sense the existence and position of the target. Chong Xian was in charge of Pursuit, while the rest of them can focus on surrounding and killing the target. This method had ensured the deaths of over 13 strong experts who had gone against Nguyen Hong. Amongst these 13 experts, one was even a powerful evolver that was above level 40. Yes. The 7 of them responded and swiftly left the county towards Yu Zhong's direction. When Yu Zhong saw the arrival of the experts of Wolf Fong Battalion, he had immediately retreated, and quickly. He was confident of sniping any single one of the experts, but the moment he was surrounded, facing a frontal assault was something he had no confidence of winning. Chong Xian's right eye flashed with a strange glow as he looked to the distance and laughed coldly. "What an irritating bug to run so fast!" One of the warriors, De Yang, who was 1.6 73 m tall and carrying a blade scar on his face, looked at the beautiful Li Bingyan beside him as he was running. She was decked in protective wear, and while her figure was petite, she had a curvy figure, voluptuous chest and sexy bottom, a healthy skin color, and her features exquisite. De Yang swallowed his saliva and laughed. Bingyan? After killing that bug, how about you come sleep with me tonight? Recently, I'm sick of playing with those Chinese ladies. De Yang was a level 39 enhancer, and was just lacking that little bit of experience to reach level 40. He was also the strongest within this small group, and hence, he could shamelessly propose such a lewd deal with this beauty that he coveted for a long time. With such a figure and looks, plus such power that placed her within the ranks of other strong enhancers of the Wolf Fang Battalion, not to mention the ability to protect herself, she was a rare person indeed. Li Bingyan shot De Yang a cold glance and laughed icily. If you're not afraid to lose that dirty thing of yours down there, you can come over tonight. Hearing Li Bingyan's words, De Yang shuddered involuntarily as he laughed dryly. Just a joke, a joke. Although Li Bingyan was extremely beautiful and had a smoking hot figure, she wasn't a pushover. Previously, 2 members of the Wolf Fang Battalion had designs on her. One of them had his lower member cut off slowly with a knife, the other had his head violently chopped off. After these 2 incidents, beautiful Viper Li Bingyan gained a foothold within the Wolf Fang Battalion. Furthermore, the commander Wu Dehui was the childhood friend of Li Bingyan. With his protection, even if Li Bingyan caused some trouble, as long as it didn't anger Wu Yanhong, she would not be punished. All of a sudden, Chang Xian stopped, and his eyes flashed brightly as he said, "That damn bug has stopped. Seems like he discovered something. Everyone prepare for battle." Hearing Chang Xian's words, the 6 other members of the Wolf Fang Battalion grew cautious. They were well-experienced soldiers, and would naturally not underestimate Yu Zhong. What annoying fellows! Yu Zhong had climbed atop a tree, and kept his sniper rifle, his brows furrowing. Those 7 warriors who had given chase had almost entered his scope of vision when they suddenly hid in a clump of grasses, and continued moving towards him under cover. Under such circumstances, unless it was by he who was a sniper by specialization, it would be difficult to hit any of them. Yu Zhong had trained his sniping skills to be on par with those snipers from before the apocalypse, but he was also powerless to snipe the 7 experts with such circumstances. Fighting them in this jungle is really disadvantageous for me. Yu Zhong swiftly made a judgment as he observed his left and right, before rushing towards a highway in the distance. These Vietnamese experts were after all locals, and had fought against countless mutant beasts and zombies within the forest. If Yu Zhong wanted to fight against them on their familiar turf, it was a stupid move. Chang Xian asked De Yang. That bug started moving towards the highway. Seems like he's not very confident of fighting in the forest. De Yang? Shall we exterminate him before he leaves the forest? Of course. Let me personally go shoot down that inferior piece of shit. De Yang laughed coldly, before he activated his Forest Ranger transformation. With a flash of green light, De Yang's body started sprouting a layer of green leaves, covering his entire body, leaving only 2 eye slits and his nostrils that were not covered. At the same time, there were strange runes that looked to be a bow and arrow made out of green leaves etched on his body. The layer of green leaves covering De Yang continuously twisted and changed, morphing De Yang into something that looked like part of the forest. At a distance of more than 10 m, if one did not look carefully, it was almost impossible to discern his existence. After transforming into a forest ranger, not only could it boost the physical prowess of the user, it just so happened that the covering of leaves could distort the light, making it difficult for others to detect and pinpoint the position of the forest ranger. Other than De Yang, Yu Qing, Long Feng and Ma Huijia, the remaining members had all transformed into forest rangers as well, their backs carrying huge bows, as they started moving swiftly towards Yu Zhong. *1. *2. After transforming into forest rangers, De Jong and the rest became experts at archery, and the power from their archery became even more threatening than their firearms. Therefore, they had chosen to swap out their cold weapons for sturdy bow and arrows. Li Bingyan wielded 2 black revolvers in her hands, as she moved towards Yu Zhong with her icy gaze. Wang Man was a summoner, and he activated his Summon Wolves ability, constantly conjuring wolves that chased after Yu Zhong. The Summon Wolves ability was a level 2 skill, but it was incredibly useful. Summoning one wolf only required 2 points of spirit, and maintaining the wolf for 30 minutes expended another 1 point of spirit. As long as the spirit was not exhausted, one could summon indefinitely. Wang Man had high spirit values, and in one breath, he summoned 25 wolves, which charged towards Yu Zhong from different directions. These wolves could not only drain Yu Zhong's energy through chasing, they could also detect his position, assisting the team in locating him. It was truly troublesome. Yu Zhong was running straight for the highway, when suddenly a huge sense of crisis arose in his heart, and he immediately stopped, before exploding out with extreme speed, throwing himself towards a tree. 3 extremely sharp arrows that were made of mutant beast bones instantly arrived at Yu Zhong's earlier position, both hit at a step forward as well as a step backwards. If Yu Zhong had reacted just slightly slower, or moved backwards more or run forwards, he would have been pierced by any one of those arrows. His reaction is truly fast. However, it's too late. De Yang saw that Yu Zhong had indeed made for the huge tree just as he expected. He laughed coldly and released his arrow. The mutant beast bone bow was stretched to its max, and a white bone arrow blasted out like a shooting star, piercing through the huge tree that Yu Zhong was hiding behind, aiming to penetrate him. By the time Yu Zhong felt the danger, it was already too late, as the fearsome bone arrow had lodged itself above his abdomen, sending him flying forwards for a few meters, as he slumped to the ground. Done! De Yang's eyes flashed coldly, as he thought to himself quietly. This arrow was called Sundering Arrow, and was a skill that he created himself as a forest ranger. Generally it was reserved as his ultimate killing technique. Just like Yu Zhong's Devil Flame Sword and Devil Flame Spear, the Sundering Arrow possessed immense power, and could not be used consecutively. However, the moment it was used, it was extremely powerful. Previously, the level 40 Evolver had met his death with this arrow as well. After transforming into a forest ranger, only Wian Hong and Wu Dehui were De Yang's opponents. Facing a simple enhancer, while he was still cautious, he had subconsciously viewed Yu Zhong with contempt. De Yang relaxed his guard, while Yu Qing, Long Feng and Ma Huijia did not, as they raised their bows and aimed at Yu Zhong. They wanted to turn his body into a sieve, only then would they relax. Yu Zhong suddenly opened his eyes wide as he wielded his 05 submachine gun and fired wildly at the direction of Yu Qing, Long Feng and Ma Huijia's position. With the cover of their forest ranger transformation skill, Yu Zhong had difficulty pinpointing their exact location, but his abundant combat experience enabled him to discern their rough position. Chapter 319, Rain of Bullets. Chapter 319, A Rain of Bullet. Book 3, The South. Under the dense rain of bullets, Yu Qing, Long Feng, Ma Huijia swiftly retreated to behind a tree, and dodged the attack from Yu Zhong. Damn bastards! So hard to deal with. Yu Zhong felt a coppery sweetness arise in his throat, as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The arrow from De Yang earlier had been truly powerful, and exceeded Yu Zhong's expectations, injuring him. In fact, if it wasn't for the Type 2 mutant black scaled boar's hide, Yu Zhong might have been pierced and nailed to the ground. Yu Zhong had not the time to take a breath when a flurry of strange arrows shot towards him from different directions, forcing him to evade with his maximum speed, without any time to catch his breath. Each time Yuzhong looked towards the direction where the arrows were shot from, all he could see were green leaves, long wild grass, and he had no way of discerning the bodies of the 4 forest rangers. If this continues, I'll be played to death by these fuckers. Yuzhong activated his shadow steps, and began to zip about within the forest. However, the 4 forest rangers followed him closely behind, continuously fired arrows and forcing his hand to the extreme, while wearing down his spirit and stamina. It was the first time that Yuzhong was actually forced to this extent by 7 other experts. There were only trees and grass everywhere within the forest. Of course, this severely impaired his combat ability. He simply could not accurately fire his weapons. On top of that, these Vietnamese experts had transformed into forest rangers, taking to the forest like turtle to water. Everything added up to become more and more unfavorable for Yuzhong. At this time, within the forest, there were 25 wolves coming right for Yuzhong. The wolves were for providing assistance and letting the 4 forest ranger enhancers know where Yuzhong was. Since the forest is your terrain, watch me simply raze it to the ground. Yuzhong looked at the 25 wolves charging at him, and with fury in his eyes, he activated his Devil Flame ability. 2 dancing balls of Devil Flame arose in his hands, and he flung them on a tree, making it start burning furiously. Yuzhong kept running around, letting his Devil Flames burn, as he threw them towards the trees and grass around him. The goal was to cause everything to start burning. As it was late autumn, the autumn winds were dry, and the trees and wild grass burned up easily. Very soon, the entire forest started to crackle with fire. Yuzhong glanced at the roaring flames and activated their hurricane ability from his necklace. A huge hurricane appeared and sucked up huge amounts of Devil Flame as it formed and began blowing and moving towards the 4 forest rangers. Ah! A blood-chilling scream of supreme agony sounded through the forest. The expert closest to Yuzhong was Yuqing, and he was immediately consumed by the flaming hurricane. Deep within it, you could still see his silhouette as bits of his body ignited and burned off into ash. Enduring this pain was beyond human means, and he let out another anguished cry. Yuzhong raised his stinger and fired a single shot. With a bang, Yuqing's brains were blasted out into the flame winds and his lifeless corpse fell to the ground limply. Within the relentless forest fire that he had started, the wolves summoned by Wang Man were all trapped by flames and swallowed up, turning into ashes. Indeed, they wholly disappeared from the world. Damn pyromaniac bastard! Does he want to destroy the whole forest? De Yang let out a furious curse, as he retreated from the Devil Flames explosively. *1. Fires in the autumn weather were the hardest to put out. The moment it flared up, well, the entire forest would most likely be burnt and destroyed. There were various life forms within the forest, including mutant beasts that could become meat, and wild vegetables, small animals, and many worms. To the Vietnamese, the entire forest was a treasure trove. Allowing Yuzhong to destroy it all made De Yang extremely miserable. Yuzhong continued dodging attacks, and within the flames, his body could be seen moving constantly with the Devil Flame covering him. He had no fear of the flames that he created, and would not be affected by the destructive properties of it. He charged towards the surroundings of the forest, causing large patches to flare up as he ran through them. The forests were impeding his battle ability. If he could cause them to be destroyed, then he would have an easier time facing De Yang and the rest of the experts. Kill him! We cannot let him destroy our forest! De Yang let out a furious roar as he stared at Yuzhong. Pushing his spirit to its extreme, he pulled his huge bone bow back, and released another sundering arrow at Yuzhong. Right when De Yang had set his sights on Yuzhong, Yuzhong already felt the immense sense of danger from behind. He exerted all his strength and flipped at a backward-sideways angle, twisting his body to shoot to one side. The sundering arrow brushed past Yuzhong's left shoulder, tearing a small hole in that incredibly tough black-scaled boar hide. This indicated shockingly enough that the power output of that sundering arrow by De Jong exceeded even that of a 25mm rocket. The fearsome sundering arrow shot through a huge tree, before finally lodging itself halfway into a second tree before stopping. As enhancers and evolvers leveled up, they would continuously improve and enhance their skills. Their basic power and strength was also not weaker than most modern weaponry. There were some enhancers who didn't even need to use any modern weapons to overcome people who used them. That side. After Yu Zhong dodged that damned lethal arrow, his right hand raised towards the general direction of De Yang, and he conjured a devil flame storm that shot towards De Yang's location. De Yang had also felt the intense danger. After he shot that arrow to no effect, he immediately leapt, like an agile monkey, landing on top of another tree. After transforming into forest rangers, they became the masters of the forest, and possessed all sorts of strange abilities. One of the cons, though, was that they possessed weak defense, and could not protect against even normal bullets, unlike the werewolf transformation. The terrifying devil flame storm landed on thin air, but the fearsome flames caused that entire patch of forest to start burning up, as billowing smoke rose to the skies, enveloping the entire area with poisonous fumes. Cough, cough! Under that blanket of poisonous fumes, the three forest rangers could not stop coughing, even tears were coming out of their eyes. It was the first time that they had come across such a fearsome enemy. Specifically, one that was able to burn the entire forest. Just as the entire forest was crackling merrily with flame, Yu Zhong suddenly rushed towards the highway. "Give chase! Don't let him escape!" De Yang shouted out furiously as he flashed forward, routing around the burning patches of forest to chase after Yu Zhong. Long Feng and Ma Huijia also followed under the cover of the forest, chasing Yu Zhong. When Yu Zhong had ran for 50 m towards the highway, he suddenly turned back, laughed coldly, and activated his Devil Flame ability again. He conjured two extremely terrifying Devil Flame storms, shooting them towards the parts of the forest that were not yet burning. With that blow, the remaining parts of the forest were entirely blanketed by flames, and started burning furiously. De Yang, Long Feng and Ma Jiahui could not dodge in time, and were caught in that instant combustion of flames. However, as Yu Zhong had controlled his devil flame to envelop the forest, there was no way they could be burnt instantly. "Go to hell!" Yu Zhong's gaze was cold as he pulled out his stinger and aimed it at De Yang, who was the closest to the edge of the flames. His silhouette could be seen quite clearly. "No!" De Yang's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear as he wailed loudly. With a purring, De Yang's brains were blasted to smithereens. The enhancer that was considered one of the top 6 experts within the Wolf Fang battalion was killed just like that by Yu Zhong. After disposing of De Yang, Yu Zhong aimed at Long Feng and fired another shot. Without any suspense, Long Feng's brains were similarly blasted, and his lifeless body slumped to the ground. Just as Yu Zhong wanted to take care of the remaining Ma Huijia, a sense of danger suddenly arose in his heart, as he leapt backwards. Pung! Pung! 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 bullets came shooting by where Yu Zhong's head was just a second ago. Yu Zhong refocused his sight and discovered Li Bingyan rushing towards him like a spectre, her hands holding revolvers, and firing at him as she was rushing forwards. Li Bingyan was extremely well versed in close combat. Her gaze frosted over, as she fired her revolvers without stop. Her shooting angles extremely strange, forcing Yu Zhong to continuously retreat, and he dodged behind a huge tree to evade her shots. Right when Li Bingyan was about to come near, Yu Zhong suddenly shot out from between 2 trees like a cheetah, waving his huge 2 m long black-toothed blade. He slashed out towards Li Bingyan without a shred of mercy. If his blow landed, Li Bingyan would face a fate which did not include her lower body. Li Bingyan's eyes flashed with a strange glint as she laughed coldly. that tight body suddenly arched backwards as though she had no bones in her waist, dodging his terrifying slash, before rolling to a side, and jumping back towards Yu Zhong like a leopard, her hands clawing at Yu Zhong's throat. Yu Zhong threw his blade to the side at the first notice, and his left fist punched forward explosively at her. Li Bingyan caught Yu Zhong's fist agilely, locking his left fist, then swinging him with all her strength, throwing this man with twice her body weight towards a huge rock. *2. Li Bingyan's speed and technique was incredibly scary, as she forcefully swung Yu Zhong towards that huge rock. The tremendous impact traveled throughout his body, shaking his internal organs, as he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Li Bingyan shot forward like an arrow, her right hand waving, and in it, a dagger appeared, before she slashed towards Yu Zhong's throat without mercy. Yu Zhong's throat was after all not protected. The moment she slashed it, he would definitely die. Yu Zhong was an experienced combatant though. His eyes showed a furious gleam, and a flash of light appeared in midair, as White Bones stepped out and stood in front of him. Li Bingyan's blade slashed onto White Bones' ribs before it was deflected off. Chapter 320 Unexpected. Chapter 320 Unexpected. Book 3 The South. White Bones immediately shot out his two bone blades and slashed towards Li Bingyan. Li Bingyan again displayed her flexibility as she twisted at an incredible angle, dodging the slash of those two bone blades. Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief as he activated his Art of Fear, and a huge terrifying spirit attack weighed down on Li Bingyan. As long as it wasn't an spirit-based evolved or transformed enhancer, or summoner-focused enhancer, then Art of Fear ability could totally decimate any enhancer without a high enough spirit stat due to Yu Zhong's own spirit stat. In that instant, Li Bingyan was enveloped by just such a terrifying spirit attack, as all sorts of torture images and scenarios played out in her head, attempting to drive her insane. Li Bingyan was considered a strong person with incredible willpower, and she had plenty of equipment that boosted her spirit attribute. Considering this, she was not like a normal person without any defense against the Art of Fear ability. She bit down harshly on her own lips, splitting them and spilling blood, making use of her own pain to regain her senses. Right when she woke up from the fearsome illusion, Yu Zhong had already activated his bone-encompassing armor, and stepped in front of her, sending his right fist covered with bone studs, explosively towards her abdomen. By this time, Li Bingyan had no way of dodging that blow, as her abdomen was bent slightly in by about 5 centimeters. Yu Zhong's right fist had landed harshly on Li Bingyan's abdomen, and his 60-plus points of strength exploded without mercy. Li Bingyan immediately flew backwards, spraying blood from her mouth, knocked into a tree with a huge impact, and slumped to the ground powerlessly. If it was a contest of close-quarters combat, Yu Zhong could not hope to defeat Li Bingyan. However, to the Yu Zhong who was infinitely closer to level 50 and had all sorts of abilities and ultimate moves, he completely dominated Li Bingyan, not giving her a chance to even respond. Yu Zhong glared coldly at Li Bingyan, pointed at her, and two bone spears shot out from his finger, penetrating her shoulders and completely shattering her rotator cuffs in her arms. Ah! My arms! My arms! Li Bingyan let out an anguished shriek, as her arms flopped by her side, her lithe and sexy body squirming and struggling, as tears rolled down from her eyes. Yu Zhong eyed Li Bingyan struggling in pain, as he pointed and shot a bone spear near her throat. As long as he swung, he could instantly slash the throat of this beauty from the Wolf Fang Battalion. Stand! From now on, you're my captive. Of course, if you wish to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Li Bingyan gritted her teeth, as she stared at Yu Zhong with intense hatred, before she slowly stood up. She did not want to die, even if she was humiliated in his hands. As long as there was a chance, she could get a chance for revenge. Amongst the Vietnamese, there were many who understood Chinese as well, and Li Bingyan was one of them. Yu Zhong did not look at Li Bingyan for a moment longer. Instead he casted his gaze towards a patch of forest still untouched by the blazing flames, and his eyes were full of caution as he said, "Friend, have you seen enough? If you're still not going to come out, I'm going to treat you as an enemy. My treatment of my enemies includes the usage of guns and heavy firepower to wipe them out. Free of charge, of course." Yu Zhong grinned. There was a bit of rustling of the tree branches as a 1.7 tall man decked in a camouflaged uniform appeared. He was clean-shaven, with a bright clear gaze, aged about 27 to 28. He stepped out revealing a smile as his hands held the head of a Vietnamese soldier. "Friend, don't be nervous. I'm not Vietnamese, in fact, I'm Chinese. We share the same enemy. Who knows, we might even become good friends. This guy here is called Chang Xian. He possessed the pursuit ability, and a number of our brothers have died because of this beast's ability. This time, it was thanks to you attracting the attention of the rest. That's how I managed to kill him." This Jing Chang was the enhancer that had attracted the swarm of mutant forest lizards to the Tooth County. As he smiled at Yu Zhong, he threw the head of Chang Xian that was mangled and smeared with blood to the ground for inspection. Chang Xian's own combat ability wasn't high. His main ability, God's Eye, was an ability extremely hard to deal with. Based on this, he was even more troublesome than De Yang. Jing Chang flashed a laughing smile at Yu Zhong, while his bright gaze traveled to Yu Zhong's bone-encompassing armor. On inspection of the armor, his own muscles tensed up, immersing himself in the optimal condition to fight or flee should the need arise. "I'm Jing Chang. I'm from the Chinese Association. This brother must be Chinese as well. How should I address you?" Yu Zhong eyed Jing Chang, asking without batting an eyelid, "How do you know if I'm Chinese? Amongst the Vietnamese, there are many who understand Chinese." Jing Chang replied mildly, "Nguyen Hong is pretty caring of his fellow Vietnamese. Most of the Vietnamese experts around these parts have joined him. Those who possess the ability to kill his Wolf Fang warriors can only be us Chinese that he refers to as pigs and dogs. I'm called Yu Zhong. Chinese indeed. You want one?" Yu Zhong observed Jing Chang carefully, before deactivating his bone-encompassing armor with a thought, and taking out 2 can Type 2 meat. He threw one to Jing Chang. Before opening his own and sitting on a huge stone, he tart wolfing down the meat. Jing Chang observed Yu Zhong a while, before taking a careful look at the can of Type 2 meat. Seeing no holes or seal damage, he chuckled good-naturedly, and also opened it to take a bite. The moment he savored that meat, his eyes brightened up as he praised, "Type 2 mutant beast meat. Good stuff." Jing Chang wolfed down a few more bites, before directly extending an olive branch to Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, moving solo to take down Nguyen Hong is definitely impossible. Why don't you join our Chinese Association? Let's join hands to deal with that monster, how about it?" Humans who worked alone were always at a disadvantage. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong, when dealing with the entire Wolf Fang battalion, he would almost definitely be forced to retreat. He could not fight them head-on. If Nguyen Hong deployed his entire army, Yu Zhong could at most cause some harassment, and if he wasn't careful, he might end up dying. Yu Zhong did not reply immediately. Instead he asked, "Who is in the Chinese Association?" The Chinese Association wasn't some secretive group anyway. Jing Chang quickly highlighted some of the main information about the association to Yu Zhong. Nguyen Hong hated the Chinese to the core. As long as he caught any Chinese, they would be used as slaves, undergoing all sorts of torment and torture, often worked till their death. Under his tyrannical rule, many Chinese were forced to work until they were helpless, and hence started to rebel. These people created the Chinese Association to go against Nguyen Hong. Other than the Chinese Association, there were the Freemasons, Green Triad, Tiger Triad, Leopard Triad, Big Blade Triad, etc., all sorts of Chinese gangs. The biggest one was the Chinese Association. However, as these individual groups were not that powerful, plus they weren't as united, they could not possibly match up against Nguyen Hong's Great Vietnam Empire. They could only continuously carry out harassing activities, though in some of the operations, their own experts had been killed by the members of the Wolf Fang Battalion. This time, Jing Chong had actually witnessed Yu Zhong killing the entire team by himself, and he had hence proposed that he join. It must be clear that these 7 members of De Yang's team were not easily killed. 3 evolvers of the Chinese Association had actually been killed by these 7 enhancers. Yu Zhong could single-handedly deal with them. It could be seen that he was truly fearsome. Yu Zhong just said a sentence in an indifferent voice. If I were to join the Chinese Association, can I become the leader? Jing Chong laughed awkwardly. No. But Yu Zhong, based on your strength, as long as you obtain enough merit, in 2 years' time, becoming the vice leader is not an issue. After all, to them, it wasn't some period of where strength rules, and the one who could fight the best would become the leader. Even if Yu Zhong was strong, if he joined the Chinese Association, he couldn't possibly become the leader in one step. *1. Yu Zhong shook his head. Then forget it. I'm not interested in becoming someone else's underling. Let's just form an alliance. Jing Chong sighed. Most Chinese did indeed abide by the saying, one would rather be a chicken's head than a cow's behind. Those gangs like the Freemasons, Green Triad, so on and forth, every one of them had a leader that was an enhancer above level 15, and they were not weak in combat. However, they were all unwilling to join the Chinese Association, and had only agreed to an alliance. Furthermore, within those smaller gangs there would be infighting almost every day, and a grand battle would be staged every few days. Jing Chong stole a glance at the captive Li Bingyan, and a heat could be seen in his eyes as he asked Yu Zhong, "How do you plan on dealing with this Wolf Gang Battalion beauty? Why don't you give her to the Chinese Association? We can give you 20 AKs and 2,000 bullets." Yu Zhong's eyes brightened as he looked carefully at Li Bingyan, and started to think. Li Bingyan saw Yu Zhong's calculating look and her skin crawled, as she immediately used fluent Chinese to speak to Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong? Let me go. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to give you 50 tons of rations, 20 AKs, and 4,000 bullets to exchange for me." Yu Zhong laughed and suggested to Jing Chong, "Jing Chong, do me a favor. Let your guys go and approach the Wolf Fang Battalion for a trade. Get them to send 300 tons of food in exchange for this beautiful snake Li Bingyan. As your compensation, you guys get 30 tons of rations. How's that?" Jing Chong thought for a while, and knew that there wouldn't be any loss for the Chinese Association, therefore he nodded and agreed. Fine. In this post-apocalyptic world, any faction would not turn down food. 30 tons was not a small amount after all. Just by putting in a little effort, they could get such a sum? The Chinese Association would definitely not have any issues. The Wolf Fang Battalion commander Wu Dahue instantly exploded out with anger upon receiving a military report. What? De Yang's team was annihilated and Bingyan was captured? Chapter 321 Seeking Instructions. Chapter 321 Seeking Instructions. Book 3 The South. The soldier that was in charge of reporting the intel was trembling and broke out in cold sweat as he faced the pressure emitted from Wu Dahue's body, and he panted as he continued to speak. Yes. That person also wanted to pass a message saying that we have to take out 300 tons of rations to exchange for Li Bingyan. Wu Dahue's face turned steely as he grabbed the soldier tightly and asked, "Who was this guy who killed De Yang and the rest?" De Yang was after all one of the top 10 experts amongst this group of experts in the Wolf Fang Battalion. This small team had every single type of utility available. These included close combat, ranged combat, pursuit and summons. Even powerful evolvers had died at their hands. Yet somehow this elite team was actually wiped out by this single person called Yu Zhong, and Wu Dahui could not believe it. The soldier immediately replied, "The person who killed them all was a Chinese man. His name is Yu Zhong." Wu Dahui's gaze turned cold, as he emitted out a killing intent. "Yu Zhong, go back and tell them. I will take out 300 tons of food to exchange for Li Bingyan. Tell Yu Zhong, if he dares to hurt even a single hair on her, I will not let him go." "Yes," the soldier affirmed and quickly dismissed himself. A tan dwarf with a height not even 1.4 m stepped out, with a frown as asked Wu Dahui, "Dahui, are you really gonna exchange 300 tons of rations for Li Bingyan?" This dwarf was called Li Yuanda, and he was an agility-based evolver. He was also the vice-commander of the Wolf Fang Battalion, as his combat prowess was second only to Wu Dahui. With his fearsome technique and speed, he had once single-handedly wiped out an entire line of soldiers who were fully equipped. Amongst the Wolf Fang Battalion, his views were treated with respect as well, and his teamwork and cooperation with Wu Dahui was extremely tight. Wu Dahui's face broke into a cold grin. "Of course not. I want to use the 300 tons of rations as bait, and thoroughly mess with that Chinese pig Yu Zhong. I will turn his bones into dust." As they say, the same type of men flock around a leader of their own heart. Wuyen Hong's racism against China and her people was extremely apparently, and he exclusively viewed the Chinese as slaves. Wu Dahui and the rest of his subordinates were likewise, and didn't view the Chinese as people but rather something closer to a subhuman. It was almost like the Germany of World War II. Hearing Wu Dahui's words, Li Yuanda did not speak up anymore. He just wanted to kill people. As long as Wu Dahui did not go against his few principles, he would not interfere with Wu Dahui's actions. It was because of this these two had such a great working relationship, and did not have any conflict because of power. Not long after, huge trucks drove out of Tooth County, and they were packed filled with rations as they drove towards the mountain top that Yu Zhong had designated. 300 tons of food was after all not a small sum, and the fleet of trucks had to travel slowly for a few hours before arriving at the summit. Wu Dahui deployed troops to block off the mountain top, and swiftly arranged for the warriors of the Wolf Fang Battalion to get in position at different key points on the mountain. At the same time, there were 2 assault helicopters hiding within the forest, preparing to take off at any moment and commence an assault on Yu Zhong. Wu Dahui did not dare underestimate this Yu Zhong that could decimate his elite team, and though this type of strong character could not possibly take on Wuyen Hong's army, when it came to guerrilla warfare, it could cause problems for the Great Vietnam Empire. The Wolf Fang Battalion had killed a number of experts who had gone against Wuyen Hong, but these experts had given them a fair bit of trouble. Over 100 soldiers had died at the hands of these experts. These opposing experts had also caused quite the delay for some of his troops. As time passed, the important Yu Zhong still had not appeared. Damn that Yu Zhong! What the fuck does he want? After 3 hours, Wu Dahui was starting to feel impatient, his brows furrowing, and he cursed out loud. "Commander!" Right at this time, a soldier ran forward from a small road as he reported. "Yu Zhong had sent someone over. He said since we have set up traps and ambushes, we don't have sincerity. He wants us to move everything to Bamboo Peak now." Wu Dahui's expression was steely, as the fear towards Yu Zhong increased by another fold. Was it seen through by him? He sure is cunning. Another soldier asked, "Commander, what now?" Wu Dahui pondered a while. This small hiccup was also within his calculations, and he gave an order. "Let's go along with his wishes for now. Bring everything to Bamboo Peak. This time, none of you follow." "Yes," the soldier replied with respect. As long as you're still greedy for this 300 tons of food of mine, you will not be able to escape from my clutches. Wu Dahue thought fiercely in his heart. Out of these 300 tons of rations, mostly were real rations, but there were 30 boxes which hid the experts of the Wolf Fang Battalion. As long as Yu Zhong sent someone to retrieve the 300 tons of rations, the experts in the boxes could then slaughter their way out, and with the support of the 2 assault helicopters, they would be enough to take down even an entire battalion of untrained soldiers. The Vietnamese soldiers abided by Wu Dahue's orders and moved the 300 tons of rations to Bamboo Peak, wasting another few hours in the process. "Commander, Yu Zhong wants us to send the rations to the lizard forest." After the entourage had arrived at Bamboo Peak and waited for an hour, a soldier came running to Wu Dahue and reported, "Fucking Yu Zhong! You dare to mess around with me! Once I catch you, I'll make you die a slow and horrible death." Wu Dahue's face was twitching with anger, and he lashed out on a huge tree. With a hong, his punch caused the tree to be split apart. He now knew Yu Zhong had no intentions of dealing with him in the first place, otherwise he wouldn't play him around like this. Wu Dahue gritted his teeth with his ashen expression and said, "Let's go back." Under Wu Dahue's command, the warriors of the Wolf Fang Battalion and the rest of the Vietnamese soldiers went back amidst their exhaustion. At this time, Yu Zhong had actually brought Li Bingyan along with him as they went towards the direction of the small town that was the living quarters of the vanguard team. He had already accomplished his objective of observing the situation in Tooth County for a day, and he had to return back to organize a retreat and leave the town. Yu Zhong could only cause a little disturbance for the troops of Wien Hong, as he was not able to face the entire army. As long the Wolf Fang Battalion set out against Yu Zhong, they could easily wipe out Yu Zhong's current troop. Li Bingyan stared at Yu Zhong heatedly and said, "You're untrustworthy. Didn't you promise that as long as there was 300 tons of rations, you would let me go? Didn't our men bring the 300 tons of food for you? Why didn't you deal with them and then let me go?" Yu Zhong had not gone to the designated exchange points, and this had infuriated Li Bingyan. She was clear that the moment Yu Zhong stepped into the exchange location, it would only be death for him. She had held on to that hope, but her hopes were dashed because of Yu Zhong's actions. Yu Zhong eyed the angry Li Bingyan and coldly retorted, "Shut up! It's your Wolf Fang Battalion that cannot be trusted. They actually set up an ambush, and hence caused the deal to fall through. Don't blame it on me." From their ready agreement, Yu Zhong knew there wasn't a chance for the negotiations to go through. 300 tons, it wasn't a small sum after all. Furthermore, if their positions were swapped, if Yu Zhong were in Wu Dahue's shoes, he would also think of ways to get rid of that greedy bandit. Li Bingyan stared at Yu Zhong with hate, before lowering her head, with a humble expression. Her heart was, however, filled with thoughts of killing Yu Zhong countless times. After Yu Zhong brought Li Bingyan into the town, he saw the Chinese, Caucasians and African survivors all had recovered a little of their health, as their hands held weapons, patrolling the town, instilling fear in the Vietnamese survivors. Throughout the streets there was not a soul in sight. Instead, there were some sandbags, barbed wires and a few soldiers. Seeing Yu Zhong walking over, those gun-wielding soldiers all saluted Yu Zhong, as their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. This man in front of them had actually saved them from their captivity and given them food, health, and their dignity. His actions allowed them to live once more as humans, and not like pigs or dogs. This caused them to be deeply thankful to Yu Zhong. One of the Chinese soldiers with a huge burn scar mark on his face that gave him a ferocious appearance, came up and saluted Yu Zhong with idolization and gratitude in his eyes. He spoke saying, "Boss Yu, Miss Chen Shui is over there, please come with me." Those 200-plus non-Vietnamese had led lives that were worse than pigs and dogs, and every one of them carried scars to show for it. Not many were unblemished. What's your name? Yu Zhong walked along with the soldier as he asked. I'm Pan Jinyong, the soldier swiftly replied. Yu Zhong lightly smiled. Are you willing to be my personal guard? Pan Jinyong's expression would become even more ferocious at the mention of the Vietnamese, and he spoke with killing intent. Of course I'm willing. But boss Yu, I want to be on the front lines to kill those Vietnamese dogs even more. Those bullshit professors who talked about retribution when the time comes and revenge would not solve anything were simply talking. They did not suffer any form of harm, and could naturally engage in debate and theoretical talks. If their daughters or wives had been raped or hurt, if they could still maintain their calm and forgive the perpetrators, then that would be more convincing. *1. Yu Zhong had rescued these 200 people from the clutches of the Vietnamese, and it was normal for them to be filled with hatred for the Vietnamese. They could not wait to kill those who had caused them such suffering. Hearing Pan Jinyong's words, Li Bingyan frowned. She was after all Vietnamese, and hearing everyone scolding the Vietnamese as dogs, she was naturally unhappy. Yu Zhong patted Pan Jinyong's shoulders, and didn't force it. Then fine. Focus on recovering first. In the future, kill more enemies. Chapter 322. Suspicion. Chapter 322, Suspicion. Book 3, The South. Who are you? Right as Pan Jinyong brought Yu Zhong before the town government building, 4 women wielding guns blocked their way and barked out coldly. Pan Jinyong stepped forward to declare, This is Boss Yu, he's the man who saved us last night. He's Miss Chen Yao's boyfriend. These female survivors had been saved by Chen Yao personally and did not see Yu Zhong. Many thanks Boss Yu for saving us. The 4 gun-wielding women looked at Yu Zhong, tears of gratitude welling up in their eyes, as they all got down on the floor and expressed their thanks with a huge bow. If Yu Zhong had not taken action, they would have been tormented to death without a shred of dignity. Yu Zhong sighed lightly. Get up. It's what I should do. The women stood up only then. Yu Zhong allowed Pan Jinyong to lead him into the building. Out of the 4 women, 2 were assigned to follow Yu Zhong, just in case he turned out to be a fraud, and had bad intentions towards Chen Yao. Yu Zhong, you're back. In that office, Chen Yao was currently assigning responsibilities and duties to some female survivors. The moment she saw Yu Zhong, she squealed out in delight. Chen Yao had been under stress having to get things in order. In this town, the number of Vietnamese numbered above 2,600. The total non-Vietnamese were about 400. Most of these 400 had also been tortured and tormented, their bodies and health having suffered, and required time to recuperate. If the 2,000 plus Vietnamese decided to revolt, wanting to put down the rebellion with only the 400 weak non-Vietnamese would be difficult. Other than that, Chen Yao had to be constantly worried about the potential threat of Wien Hong's troop. In the forests, the mutant beasts could attack at any time. The distribution of the food amongst the survivors. All were matters weighing on her mind. Being the temporary leader, Chen Yao discovered that she had to consider so many issues within a short space of time. She finally understood the difficulties of Yu Zhong, who had to shoulder so many things all along. Seeing Chen Yao's pleased expression, the women in the room all took a deep look at Yu Zhong, committing the features of this man who saved them into their memory, before exiting the room tactfully. Yu Zhong lightly smiled and walked to the sofa beside Chen Yao and sat while praising her. Chen Yao, good job. Seems like the entire town is under your control. Not anybody could just make use of a small force to subdue an entire town. Chen Yao had managed to do so without a big fuss. It showed how capable she was. Chen Yao looked to Yu Zhong and smiled sweetly, as she sat beside him, and narrated how she went about doing things. After Yu Zhong left, Chen Yao had swiftly allocated all those survivors who could move and fight to control the important channels within the town. At the same time, after rounding the women who were treated like playthings by the Vietnamese soldiers, she distributed weapons to them. Although they were deemed as playthings by the enemy, they could at the very least eat decently, and while their bodies were weak, they had enough strength for combat. With the 200-plus female survivors wielding weapons and patrolling in town, the Vietnamese survivors were kept in check. Chen Yao had also imposed martial law, executing anyone who walked on the street, and all the Vietnamese survivors were forced to remain within their own homes, preventing them from engaging in any events. After employing various measures, Chen Yao could then consider herself to have fully tightened the control over this small town. This was after all northern Vietnam, where the Sino-Vietnam War had only occurred 30 years prior. Even still, many of the people here were still filled with hatred against the Chinese. In this area, being Chinese, the moment Chen Yao slipped up, she would face the wrath of these Vietnamese. At the time when Vietnam had fought against France and America in the Vietnam War, China had tightened their belts and sent war aid of over 20 billion yuan worth of supplies, volunteers who had helped in combat, and improved the relationships between the officers and fighters. It was all forgotten. Of course, the southern part of Vietnam, which was not as affected by the war, had different sentiments. The Vietnamese there were still on fairly friendly terms with the Chinese. After a day's rest, those who consumed the type 2 meat had started to recover a huge part of their health, and could engage in low-intensity combat should the need arise. Of course, based on their current constitution, it was too much to hope for them to fight out a prolonged battle. Chen Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with anxiety as she stared fixedly at Yu Zhong. "What do we do now, Yu Zhong?" The situation did not bode well for them. Not only were they in unfamiliar territory, they were in the northern Vietnam area, where people viewed the Chinese with enmity. This made it particularly difficult for them to rally troops that they could trust. On top of that, many of the survivors would not be able to accept Yu Zhong's leadership as he was Chinese. Last but not least, their current position was too close to Nguyen Hong's Tooth County. The distance apart was not even 60 kilometers. As long as the opponent sent 3 battalions, they could easily wipe out Yu Zhong's group. Yu Zhong replied in a heavy voice, "Quickly organize everyone, we're retreating towards Lang Sun City." They could only take it step by step from here. After all, the direction to Lang Sun was fraught with forests that were filled with ferocious mutant beasts, as well as various towns overrun by zombies. The remainder were all within Nguyen Hong's control. If Yu Zhong were to try challenge Nguyen Hong's troops based on his current force, it was basically seeking death. Chen Yao frowned and said, "Yu Zhong, there are over 2,000 Vietnamese here. If we just retreat like that to Lang Sun, won't there be a problem? The mutant beasts will be attracted to them on the way. The migration of 2,000 plus people would definitely be a source of attraction for the mutant beasts with acute sense of smell." At that time, when Yu Zhong had arranged for the 100,000 survivors of Sy County to move to Ninh County, they could only follow the highway, as before the apocalypse, there weren't any huge wild beasts in those areas. This way, there wouldn't be any large mutant beasts there after the apocalypse. At the same time, they had the protection of the army, and even then, during the migration, there were still cases of waves of mutant beasts launching assaults on the migrating group. Vietnam had so many forests, and the number of mutant beasts were shockingly high. If this group of 2,000 people were to migrate, the attacks of the mutant beasts were bound to happen. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a strange gaze as he said without batting an eyelid, "No cause for concern. Let's proceed." Chen Yao frowned as she looked at Yu Zhong. In her mind, she knew him to be someone who did care for innocent survivors. However, she was intelligent enough to understand what Yu Zhong did not say. It was hard to tell if those Vietnamese survivors were friends or enemies, and may possibly be the ones to stab a knife in their back. Under those circumstances, even if they all died, Yu Zhong would not possibly be heartbroken. Yu Zhong would definitely not leave 2,000 survivors to Wuyan Hong, because they would become his workers and soldiers. Chen Yao thought of those Chinese women who were treated like dogs by the Vietnamese, and she gritted her teeth. Then I'll go and organize the moving now. Right then, a scary explosion resounded from outside. At the same time, there were angry shouts, and gunfire broke out. Quick, follow me! Yu Zhong's face changed, and he swiftly rushed out the door. Chen Yao also followed tightly behind Yu Zhong and ran out from the building. When Yu Zhong and Chen Yao had just exited the building, a few rockets landed on it, and following the terrifying explosion, the entire building was blasted apart. Chen Yao turned her head to look at the wreckage, her face pale. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong, she might have perished within that rubble. Yu Zhong lifted his head, only to see 2 assault helicopters in the air. The 2 assault helicopters were firing wildly, displaying their position as the tyrant of the skies, causing a huge number of buildings to be destroyed, burying the survivors within as well. With the different types of inflammatory bullets that was fired, the entire town was soon engulfed in a sea of fire. A large number of Vietnamese survivors came running out of their houses, wailing loudly before being shredded by the hail of gunfire. Those soldiers under Yu Zhong were firing their guns continuously. There were some who even tried to fire a rocket at the assault helicopters. It was just that the assault helicopters weren't staying stationary, or waiting for the rockets to hit them. Other than those with special abilities or evolvers like Yu Zhong, or agility-focused enhancers, normal people would find it hard to shoot down those assault helicopters with the rocket launchers. As for the normal bullets, they just deflected off the thick armor of the assault helicopters. The 2 assault helicopters only had to spray their line of fire towards those soldiers firing at them, and would be able to annihilate Yu Zhong's troops entirely. The 2 helicopters remained hovering in the air, exuding the aura of death and fear of an oppressive tyrant, as they looked and aimed at Yu Zhong's troops. Damn it! Yu Zhong eyed the 2 assault helicopters and his eyes flashed with coldness, as he activated his Devil Flame. The Devil Flame appeared in his hands and was condensed into a Devil Flame spear. With all his strength, he threw the Devil Flame spear under the guidance of his spirit to penetrate one of the assault helicopters. The Devil Flame instantly combusted. The terrifying flame roared within the body of the assault helicopter, causing it to burst into flames, turning it into a huge fireball, as it descended rapidly to the ground and crashed. The other assault helicopter saw that its companion had fallen, and it swiftly rose up, flying towards higher ground. As long as they flew to the clouds, Yu Zhong would not be able to handle them without any flying machines or modern weaponry. Chapter 323 Shocked. Chapter 323 Shocked. You're too slow. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of cold fury, as the Devil Flame danced in his right hand. He condensed into another Devil Flame spear, and he used all his strength to throw it at the escaping helicopter. In a flash, the spear penetrated the helicopter. With a huge hong sound, the Devil Flame combusted, and caused the remaining helicopter to explode in a ball of fire as well, before crashing towards the ground. Too strong! What strength! The troops that were standing beside Yu Zhong, be it female or male, had eyes filled with endless respect. Yu Zhong had used his own strength to take down 2 assault helicopters, which they couldn't believe was a feat that could be accomplished by a human. Damn bastard! He has already caught up. Yu Zhong had no joy on his face even though he destroyed the 2 assault helicopters. The 2 assault helicopters that were deployed by Wuyan Hong had instantly decimated a number of Yu Zhong's troops, and amongst the central force of 400 people, over 50 had died. Over 400 Vietnamese survivors were killed amongst the 2,000-plus survivors as well. An additional 400-plus had seized the opportunity during the chaos to run, and their whereabouts were unknown. Many vehicles had been destroyed by the 2 assault helicopters. On top of that, a vehicle loaded with over 30 tons of rations had also been burnt, turning the food contained inside to cinders. Evacuate! Yu Zhong looked at the burning town and the corpses littered on the ground, as he gritted his teeth and barked out the order. He could only commit this atrocity to heart and wreak vengeance in the future. After all, he couldn't do anything if he were to face Wian Hong directly with his current strength. Under Yu Zhong's orders, the remaining 1,000 plus survivors were led by the 300 soldiers who were still weak as they went towards the direction of Nabu town. A few of the vehicles that were not destroyed were filled to the brim with the items that could be brought along and followed the human group from behind. By this time, it was already evening, and night was about to fall. Still, Yu Zhong had no choice but to order the group to continue moving. This was because the town of the vanguard troops was really too close to Wian Hong's troop. Staying there would just mean certain death. In the dark, the advance of the troops had slowed to a crawl. Organizing a movement in the dark was easy to lose some troops if they were not careful, and especially since they are in the midst of the forest that was filled with mutant beasts, it was a dangerous operation. In the dark, pairs of green eyes lit up as they stared down at the group of delicious prey. Without hesitation, they embarked on a ferocious assault. Level 23 Mutant Beast, Mutant Leopard Cat. It is an agile night hunter. Careful! There are enemies! Yu Zhong had always kept his guard up, and the moment those ferocious mutant leopard cats with bodies like cheetahs and strange runes covering their bodies appeared, he had already shouted his warning. White Bones immediately charged forward into the midst of the mutant leopard cats, waving his iconic white bone axe about, at the same time, protruding small bone blades from its body. This combo of attacks ended up instantly decimating the mutant leopard cats that pounced towards it. Yu Zhong had already taken out his heavy machine gun and was firing wildly at the mutant leopard cats that somehow numbered in the 100s. Under the heavy barrage of firepower, those pouncing leopard cats found themselves being suppressed. The strength of the machine gun bullets were extremely lethal, and they, being low-level mutant beasts, were not mutated enough to deal with these bullets. The leader of the defense troop, Gong Tao, had fired a flare into the skies the moment the attack started, and had shouted loudly, "Fire! Kill those damn beasts!" The 300-plus soldiers started firing their guns at the mutant leopard cat. However, as they had not gone through much target practice prior, their shots mostly missed. There were even a few who received the recoil badly on their shoulders, causing their guns to drop to the floor. Thankfully, with just the efforts of Yu Zhong and White Bones, they managed to kill a large number of the mutant leopard cats. Under the flare, Chen Yao had also seen clearly the mutant leopard cats, as she immediately activated her plant manipulation ability. She attacked while making use of 6 vines to slaughter those mutant cats that survived the onslaught of Yu Zhong and White Bones. The coordination between the 3 of them was so smooth that it allowed them to kill a large number of the mutant leopard cats, but as the total numbers were above 300, there were quite a few who managed to charge into the midst of the Vietnamese survivors, as they slaughtered those survivors mercilessly. The Vietnamese survivors were plunged into chaos. Those who were within the areas of attack quickly escaped toward various directions, wailing as they ran. Those extremely agile leopard cats pounced forward, and swiftly bit the throats of many of those escaping survivors, gorging on them. As for those who had their wits about them, they ran towards the direction of Yu Zhong, Chen Yao and Gong Tao. Only by being near these experts could they have a chance to live on. As Yu Zhong made use of his heavy machine guns to kill a large number of the leopard cats, he then pointed to those who were chasing the Vietnamese survivors, as dozens of devil flame balls were conjured out of thin air, and shot towards those leopard cats. The dozens of devil flame balls exploded atop the heads of those leopard cats, directly killing a few of them. After decimating those leopard cats, He quickly pulled out his stinger and shot at the remaining leopard cats continuously. Each time he fired a bullet, he could cause the head of a leopard cat to explode. The heavy machine gun was the best weapon against a huge mob, and the stinger was most effective against single target. Under the night enhancement, Yu Zhong's agility had already surpassed normal humans by 10 times, and his stinger kept firing, as he changed out bullets, every single movement of his fluid and precise. His shots rang out accurately and ferociously without stop, killing the leopard cats one by one. On the other side, White Bones was also killing with a speed that was slightly higher than Yu Zhong. Both of them combined had slaughtered over half of the original group of mutant leopard cats. Congratulations on achieving level 50, you have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated, as well as a skill enhancement point. Due to the possession of Heart of Darkness, your Devil Flame skill can be enhanced to +4. With it, its strength will be enhanced even further, and the power of the Type 2 Devil Flame will also increase exponentially. After Yu Zhong had just used a stinger to kill off a leopard cat, the sweet notification sound resounded in his ears. He had gained a level. His mind thinking fast, he only chose to allocate the 2 attribute points to agility, and did not immediately enhance his Devil Flame to +4. With the combined ferocious attacks of Yu Zhong and White Bones, the remaining leopard cats were finally scared off, as they left 200 corpses, before escaping into the distance. Continue moving. Yu Zhong looked at the retreating group of leopard cats, before heaving a sigh of relief, and collecting the items dropped by the mutant leopard cats, and then ordering for the journey to continue. This wasn't the place to stay for long, and the fur of the mutant leopard cats were good materials for protective vests. Even though they could not defend against bullets, they could be useful in protection against the claws of normal zombies. But Yu Zhong wasn't willing to stay too long here. The mutant leopard cats were considered smaller mutant beasts. If a Type 2 or Type 3 was to appear, then this entire group of survivors would only be facing certain death. After the assault of the leopard cats, all the survivors became aware of the dangers of the nighttime journey. They quickly picked up their speed as they continued on their journey in the darkness. Not long after the group continued on their way, a Type 2 mutant leopard cat with the body of a liger and the majestic aura of a king stepped out from the forest. It sniffed the scent in the air, before shooting towards the direction of Yu Zhong and his men. The Type 2 mutant leopard cat activated its maximum speed as it gave chase from behind, and the normal survivors could only feel the strong gust of wind blowing past, not even catching sight of the appearance of the Type 2 mutant leopard cat. Like the flash of a lightning, the Type 2 mutant leopard cat had reached Yu Zhong's back, and noiselessly extended its lethal hooked claws towards Yu Zhong's neck. Only when the Type 2 mutant leopard cat extended its claws did Yu Zhong feel the danger from his danger perception ability, and at the first instance, he activated his shadow steps, lowering his body and dodging towards the side. White Bones, who was by Yu Zhong's side, had also discovered the Type 2 mutant leopard cat as it swung its axe ferociously towards it. The speed of the Type 2 mutant leopard cat was truly astonishing, even after activating his shadow steps. Yu Zhong did not manage to fully escape from its claws, receiving a huge slash on his shoulders, and the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide was actually torn through by the Type 2 mutant leopard cat easily. Yu Zhong's shoulder also received a deep wound, when the leopard cat actually clawed out a huge chunk of his flesh and blood. Level 60 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Mutant Leopard Cat. The Tyrant of the Forest. The Type 2 mutant leopard cat had no innate abilities. Its strength could not compare with those huge mutant beasts, nor could its defenses match those of the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar or Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, like turtle. Its fur could only withstand against the bullets of a normal heavy machine gun, but not the explosive power of rocket. However, it possessed an incredible speed that was terrifying, nearing the extent of a Type 3 beast, and its sharp claws, as well as a superior fighting instinct, therefore making it the top killer within the forest. Whitebone's axe was extremely fast. Even an agility-based evolver would be hacked in two at such a close distance. However, the Type 2 mutant leopard cat just nimbly twisted its body, evading the blow of the axe, before its four limbs stretched on the ground, and pushed off with great strength, crashing into Whitebone's body, knocking it backwards for a few dozen meters. Chapter 324. Type 2 Mutant Leopard Cat. Chapter 324. Type 2 Mutant Leopard Cat. Book 3, The South. Yuzhong rolled to the side, and swiftly leapt back to his feet, pulling out his trusty PF-98 that had worked against many Type 2 mutant beasts. Although it had only 9 rounds left, at this crucial point in time, he couldn't care less. Yuzhong had just aimed at the Type 2 leopard cat, when it used its four limbs to push itself off the ground, disappearing from Yuzhong's aim like a ghost. This Type 2 leopard cat was not like other Type 2 mutant beasts which had huge bodies. Although it didn't have the power and defense that came with the size, its speed on the other hand was extremely terrifying. The moment the Type 2 leopard cat disappeared, it appeared to Yuzhong's right, its eyes filled with a cold and cruel tint, as it swiped its claws towards Yuzhong's neck. As long as it found its aim, Yuzhong's head would be slashed away. Yuzhong threw the PF-98 to one side while waving across his ring, and the 2m-long black-tooth blade appeared in his hand. He only had time to bring it in front of him to defend, and the huge cat paw struck the blade. The moment the claws met the blade, a huge force reverbed throughout the sword, causing the black-tooth blade to tremble uncontrollably. Yuzhong had forcefully blocked this attack, but had been sent flying a few meters backwards. Although the Type 2 leopard cat was not as strong as the other behemoth Type 2s, its strength still exceeded Yuzhong, who wasn't a strength-based evolver. The moment Yuzhong was sent flying, the Type 2 leopard cat had sprung forward like a bolt of lightning. Its vapor-like movement made it appear in front of Yuzhong, once more stretching out its huge claws to swipe at him. Yuzhong took a deep breath, activating his gravity manipulation (EW), as a 100 gene suddenly weighed down on the Type 2 leopard cat. With the pressure of the 100 gene, the Type 2 leopard cat found its speed greatly reduced, and while Yuzhong, who had activated his shadow steps, accordingly was still far from matching it, he was not as helpless as he was at the beginning of the fight. Different skills could create different results for different situations. Yuzhong's gravity manipulation was low level, and could only exhibit its effectiveness on a non-strength type mutant beast like the leopard cat. If it was a Type 2 black-scaled boar, then the 100 gene weight would not even feel like anything to the beast. Yuzhong could now catch the speed of the Type 2 leopard cat, and his eyes flashed with ferocity. The black-tooth blade in his hands turned into a flash as it slashed towards the mutant beast, intending to cleave it in two. This Type 2 leopard cat had truly given Yuzhong a dangerous sense of pressure. The speed it exhibited was precisely the perfect counter to Yuzhong's chosen path of enhancement. His main killing blow, the PF-98, could do nothing to the speed of this Type 2 leopard cat. Using the PF-98 was just a meaningless way to die. The Type 2 leopard cat agilely twisted its body, evading the blow from the black-tooth blade, before it curled up slightly, and sprung out explosively towards Yuzhong, knocking him to the ground. When it had knocked Yuzhong to the ground, it opened its huge jaws to chomp down towards Yuzhong's neck. At this critical juncture, Yuzhong's left hand raised up to defend his neck, and the Type 2 leopard cat bit down harshly, its sharp teeth penetrating through the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide, crushing the bones in Yuzhong's left hand. "Bind it, Chen Yao!" Yuzhong hollered amidst the excruciating pain he was feeling. In response, 4 vines suddenly shot out from the ground, and coiled around the limbs of the Type 2 leopard cat like snakes, pulling down tightly, and dragging it forcefully away from Yuzhong's body. Chen Yao had already risen to level 23, and not only was she an evolver, her plant manipulation ability was risen to level 3, her control over her vines had improved, plus the vines themselves had grown a lot sturdier. It was definitely enough to contend with this non-strength base type 2 mutant beast. Yuzhong rolled towards this direction because he had seen Chen Yao's vines being controlled here. When the type 2 leopard cat found its limbs entangled, it started struggling furiously, and the 4 vines were being tested to their limits, seemingly about to break any time. Yuzhong eyed the type 2 leopard cat that was bound tightly, and immediately activated his body-encompassing armor, and white bones turned into a bone carapace that covered his entire body. His left hand, that was mangled by the leopard cat, could only form an exoskeleton with white bones carapace. Stinky cat! You have bitten off more than you can chew. Now it's my turn. Yuzhong glared at the type 2 leopard cat, and his eyes showed a cold hate, before jumping onto the cat's head. As he landed, immediately his fist started pummeling the head of the type 2 leopard cat. His 60-plus strength exploded out, beating the type 2 leopard cat senseless. Yuzhong punched out with all his strength, his fists raining down on the head, causing the brain to suffer the whiplash from the force until it started hemorrhaging. Yuzhong's strength that was far greater than a normal person could not do much to a huge type 2 mutant beast with a thick hide and huge body mass, but to the type 2 leopard cat that was agility-focused, it had an immense potential to maim and kill. The type 2 leopard cat continued to struggle violently, each time pulling the vines tautly. On the other side, Chen Yao's eyes were bloodshot. She had expended her spirit to maintain the strength of the vines, and to prevent them from breaking. Without the support from her spirit, the vines would have snapped long ago. Yuzhong's fists collided with the head of the type 2 leopard cat constantly. After bashing it multiple times did the leopard cat finally slump limply to the ground. Yuzhong then heaved a sigh of relief, and allocated the precious skill point to the tamer technique, causing it to reach +2, increasing the number of life forms he could tame to 3. Yuzhong then focused the tamer technique onto the type 2 leopard cat that was beaten senseless by him, as a green light shot in between the brows of the leopard cat, and started to condense into a rune. Upon completion, it entered the body of the type 2 leopard cat. The gaze of the type 2 leopard cat immediately turned fierce, and the condensing rune dissipated. Yuzhong's first attempt at taming this beast was a failure. Damn bastard! Yuzhong roared out angrily as he pummeled the head of the type 2 leopard cat with his right fist mercilessly, and lashing out with dozens of blows, causing the type 2 leopard cat to throw up blood again, become dispirited. Yuzhong saw that the type 2 leopard cat threw up blood again, and once more activated his tamer technique, as the green light once again shot in between the brows of the type 2 leopard cat, and condensed into a rune as it entered its body. Only this time, there was no further resistance from the type 2 leopard cat, and the rune was fully absorbed into its body. When the tamer technique rune entered the body of the type 2 leopard cat, Yuzhong felt the connection established between them. Yuzhong heaved a sigh of relief and called out to Chen Yao, "Chen Yao, you can release it now." Chen Yao then deactivated her plant manipulation ability, and the 4 vines swiftly disappeared. She panted, and her back was drenched in sweat, while looking at Yuzhong, her heart filled with worry and fear. If Yuzhong had been killed by that type 2 leopard cat earlier, the entire group would have lost their will. Chen Yao shuddered to think of her fate in such treacherous terrains. Although Chen Yao had successfully become an evolver, in this post-apocalyptic world, the strong were as many as the cloud. Even Yuzhong did not dare to say he was an invincible existence, more so for herself. She did not have the confidence to even handle a single warrior of Wien Hong's troop. The moment she was captured, she would live a life worse than death. After the type 2 leopard cat was released from its binding, it approached Yuzhong docilely, as it nuzzled Yuzhong, giving an air of playfulness. Your speed is so fast. Let's call you Lightning then. Yu Zhong pulled out a Type 2 forest venomous snake's nuclei and fed it to the Type 2 leopard cat he just tamed, as he said. *1. Lightning stuck out its tongue and gobbled up the offered nuclei before crunching it, and its huge eyes squinted comfortably, licking Yu Zhong constantly. The flesh and blood of high-leveled evolvers, zombies, mutant beasts, and even the nuclei of some mutant beasts were all nourishments that helped evolution for mutant beasts. Amongst them, the nuclei was one of the preferred food of the mutant beasts, as swallowing them could help boost the evolution process. Let's go! Yu Zhong called out to the entire fleet that had stopped moving. Under Yu Zhong's orders, the fleet that had come to a stop resumed its journey towards Nabu Town. With Lightning's protection, there were no more attacks from any mutant beasts along the way. Finally, daylight shone and they reached the zombie-infested Nabu Town. When Yu Zhong reached Nabu Town, he took out a small bottle of juice that was squeezed from the snake birth fruit and gave it to Gon Tao, saying, "Gon Tao, drink this. After you consume it, you will gain a huge power." "Yes, Boss Yu." Gon Tao eyed the bottle. Without hesitation, he downed the whole bottle in a single gulp. Even if Yu Zhong did not have good intentions, he would not retaliate. Furthermore, he trusted Yu Zhong deeply, because Yu Zhong had rescued him and his brothers from the depths of hell. After Gon Tao drank the snake birth fruit juice, he was soon besieged by that raging force, his entire body turning feverish, and his eyes went dark as he slumped to the floor. "Squad leader!" Gon Tao's brothers immediately knelt down to support Gon Tao as they looked to Yu Zhong worriedly, hoping to get an explanation. Chapter 325 Gratitude. Chapter 325 Gratitude. Book 3 The South. He will run a fever for a day. After that, he will possess a new power. During this period, you must take good care of him. Yu Zhong just spoke this sentence before beckoning to Pan Jinyong. Yu Zhong directly gave the level 3 skill, Forest Ranger Transformation, to him and said, "I'm handing you this skill book. Make good use of it to kill the enemies." Pan Jinyong received the skill book and replied excitedly, "Many thanks, Boss Yu. I will definitely kill the enemies. I won't let you down." Level 3 skill books were extremely rare, and if Pan Jinyong could utilize this skill book properly, he could become a strong enhancer. Yu Zhong was currently in a foreign land, and the number of people he could make use of was really too small. Hence, he could only give away a precious snake birth fruit as well as a level 3 skill book to these soldiers whom he had yet to know well enough. At the very least, they could start to form the basis of his establishment here, and increasing his might here was also a good thing. Yu Zhong patted Pan Jinyong's shoulders, before taking huge strides with white bones to the entrance of Nabu Town. At this time, at the entrance of Nabu Town, Lightning had gathered with 100 of its companions. As a Type 2, Lightning possessed the ability to lead the other members of the same species. These mutant leopard cats were its subordinate. Greenie and Turtle both have the same type of ability. Only Greenie was a lone warrior and did not like to gather with other of its kind, hence it was hard for to randomly summon a few fellows. As for Turtle, while there were no low-level similar members of its species, it could subdue the other Type 2 mutant types, and control their underlings through them. Yu Zhong patted Lightning and pointed to the small town. "We'll have to trouble you, Lightning. Rid the town of all the zombies." Lightning nuzzled Yu Zhong for a moment, before letting out a low growl to the group of leopard cats. With Lightning's command, the 100 mutant leopard cats shot towards the town like arrows. As they ran, they could be seen pouncing on any zombie they came across. These mutant leopard cats were the result of a life form that adapted to the onset of the apocalypse virus. Therefore, the infection from the zombies was unable to hurt these mutant leopard cat. It was also the strongest advantage they had against the zombies. Many mutant beasts preyed on the zombies. As long as there wasn't a Z-type controlling an entire horde, the normal zombies could only become the food for mutant beasts. When the mutant leopard cats charged into the town, they embarked on a slaughter. If it was in the past, after eating enough zombies, they would leave the town. However, this time, under their boss Lightning's orders, these mutant leopard cats slashed about without stopping, decapitating countless zombies. Lightning also charged into the town, casually slaughtering any zombies it came across. Be it an L2 or S2, there were no zombies that could escape from its claws. In just an entire morning, the 2,000 or more zombies in Nabu Town had been totally wiped out by Lightning and its little brothers. Yuzhong saw Lightning elegantly walking out of Nabu Town and gave the order to the survivors. Enter the town. Under Chen Yao's organization, the 1,000 plus survivors trickled slowly into the town. Fan Tongxian strolled about in Nabu Town. Along the way, he saw the countless corpses of the zombies, and he felt his heart shook. What a terrifying man! The zombies were just cleared so easily by him. He truly is amazing. Huyen Tong had followed along the side of the soldiers and felt immense shock when he saw the situation of the town. At that time, when he was told to wait outside the small town, he did not escape. On one hand, as a traitor, he would not be let off by the cruel Huyen Hong, and if he escaped to the forest, based on his abilities, he would most likely die. In fact, he harbored some hope with Yuzhong. What he didn't expect was that not only did Yuzhong single-handedly take down the entire Vanguard town, he even brought over 1,000 survivors out with him to enter Nabu Town, and even then he still ended up annihilating the zombie horde within Nabu Town with ease. He made the decision to follow Yuzhong. After entering Nabu Town, the corpses of the zombies were gathered and burnt. The different storehouses within the town were opened and obtained when Chen Yao assigned some duties to different people. The Vietnamese survivors were all given a bowl of thick gruel, before being herded into different bungalows and kept under watch. These Vietnamese survivors were not a dependable existence, as they could revolt at any time. After settling the accommodation of the Vietnamese survivors, the soldiers comprising of the Chinese, blacks and Caucasians finally got a chance to rest. When the soldiers got into their assigned rooms, they laid on the bed and fell into deep sleep straight away like pigs. They were still weak, had undergone a rough night of operations, and almost could not handle it anymore. If an expert was to sneak into the camp now, just one person was enough to assassinate these soldiers in their sleep. Yuzhong had faced battle after battle as well, and was feeling exhausted. After ordering White Bones to guard the door, he laid on the bed and fell into deep slumber. He was after all not like the strange creatures from the God and Devil system. Even though he possessed power now, he was still a mortal. After countless intense battles, he would feel tired all the same. On the other side, Huyen Hong's response had been pretty quick as well. On the morning of the second day, he had deployed 2 battalions of soldiers from Tooth County to set off for the Vanguard camp. Huyen Hong had long since gotten information on Yuzhong's sneak attack on the Vanguard team from those Vietnamese soldiers who ran. They were extremely clear that 2 battalions led by 20 members of the Wolf Fong Battalion would be more than enough to decimate Yuzhong's force. Hong! Following a huge explosion, the 2 battalions that were marching lost 2 of their men, while another 3 sustained heavy injuries. There are landmines. Everyone be careful. After that shout, all the soldiers became cautious and they stopped moving. Huyen Hong had only set up this army of the great empire of Vietnam recently, and amongst them, while there were actual Vietnamese soldiers, the majority of them were normal survivors who joined in. They did not have much experience dealing with other humans, especially the unforeseeable threats such as landmines. The 3 soldiers that were blasted with heavy injuries moaned out in agony, severely undermining the morale of the troops. In this post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't just China that lacked medical resources. Even Vietnam had its struggles as well. These casualties would only be put out of their misery, as Nguyen Hong would not waste precious rations to take care of those soldiers that had become handicapped. Engineers! Go scout for the mines. Engineers, go scout for the mines. A Vietnamese commander ordered out loudly with a steely expression. A staff officer replied meekly, "Commander, we don't have the necessary expertise and equipment." In fact, there were some experienced engineers and proper equipment within the army of the great empire of Vietnam. However, they were all old soldiers, and were part of Nguyen Hong's personal battalion. The rest of the battalions lacked the necessary expertise. Furthermore, their aim was to battle against the mutant beasts of the forests and zombies in towns, not facing against other humans with modern warfare. Furthermore, in their own home ground, they didn't expect that there would be landmines at all. This was a point that they neglected. "Damn it! What do we do now?" The commander's expression turned ugly as he lashed out. He had thought that this operation to attack Yu Zhong's forces was going to be an easy one, and they could casually quell any resistance from them. After all, when Yu Zhong had fought his way in the vanguard town, there was no one here to protect it. Never did he imagine that they would be stopped by a single landmine. The staff officer hesitated, as the safest method they could muster was to turn back and deploy some landmine engineers, as they help to clear the landmines, before the entire troop can proceed carefully. However, he was not sure if the suggestion would be acceptable to the commander, who seemed ready to explode himself. Another staff officer frowned and quipped in, "Why don't we find some wild beasts to open the way for us?" Making use of animals to set off landmines was also a common tactic. On top of that, there were other demolition methods, professional landmine-resistant vehicles, and engineers who could clear them. The commander cursed out loud, "Fuck! Under these kind of conditions, where are you going to find beasts?" Using animals to clear the landmines was in fact a good idea, it was just that it was a post-apocalyptic time now. Wild beasts such as cows and horses were hard to find. Even if they were found, they were rare and precious sources of meat. They could not be squandered on such a mission just to clear the way. As each staff officer chipped in with their ideas, the commander turned them all down. In the end, the two battalion commanders discussed, and decided to send someone back to request aid, asking for a team of engineers to come help clear the mines. When the team of engineers came, they immediately began demoning the place. What made the commander's blood boil was that Yu Zhong did not actually plant many landmines in a cluster, but at the same time, he had placed countless other booby traps, which severely impeded the advance of the troops. By the time the two battalions arrived at the small town, night had fallen. In the town, there were countless buildings and corpses that were blasted by rockets. Before Yu Zhong left, he had even set the entire town ablaze, turning it into a ghost town. This made the two battalion commanders extremely furious. As they did not know which direction Yu Zhong had led his people to, the two battalions could only spend the night within the town. With the previous encounters serving as a lesson, the soldiers of the two battalions did not dare slack off in their duties. Even at night, there were patrols to prevent the possibility of Yu Zhong launching a night raid. As he had escaped in time, Yu Zhong could have been considered to buy precious time for his troops, and avoided being annihilated by the army of the great empire of Vietnam. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.